Set with the White Sox. Sonny Gray gets the start as he continues to make his pitch for this year's Cy Young Award. Sonny has 13 wins and has been atop the leaderboard in ERA all season long. Tonight he makes his 29th start, and he will have to face a White Sox team that has had a disappointing season but has plenty of firepower in their lineup to cause some problems. It's Sonny and the Athletics on the south side of Chicago. A's, White Sox, Game 1, next. Well, stop 2 on this 3-city trip for the Athletics is U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. And Sonny Gray will take them out tonight. And Sonny will be looking for his 14th win of the year. It is the first of a 4-game series from Chicago. It's the A's and the White Sox coming up on CSN California. Hi again, everybody, and welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Sonny Gray got a win in his last start on Tuesday versus the Astros. But, Ray, he has not won back-to-back starts since the end of May. Doesn't mean he hasn't pitched well. He just has not been able to rack up those wins. Okay,
I think the amazing thing, his second half has not been as strong as it was in the first half of the season. And you look at what he did against the Angels, gave up some runs, especially a long ball to Albert Pujols over the left field wall. But I think the most important thing, you look at teams that are leading. Of course, the Angels are right at the top, but the Houston Astros, one of the best in the American League West this year. He did a great job against them. 7 innings of shutout baseball. The A's won the game with him picking up the victory. He continues to pitch well with a hard slider, a pitch that he developed in the early part of the season. So expect him to use that tonight against the White Sox.
Disappointing season for the White Sox, and the offense thought it was going to be good. They got some good hitters, but second fewest runs scored in the American League. But they do have Jose Abreu, and he's fun to watch.
He's unbelievable. He's a very strong hitter. And talking to Todd Stevenson, their hitting coach, he said he can hit the ball all parts of the field. We're going to see some shots to left field. Everything that comes off of his bat, it sounds like a home run. In most cases, that is what is going to happen. But the fact that he can go opposite field, he drives the ball to right center, to left center. He'll pull the ball as well. But a very good player, unanimous Rookie of the Year last year in the American League, playing a solid first base. He wants to hit, and I think that's the biggest thing because he wants to play first base and he wants to hit. He can do both.
All right, he's got a chance to get to 100 RBIs for the second season in a row. Up next, we will head back to the A's pregame live studios and then back to U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. It's the first of 4. It's the A's and the White Sox, so stick around.
melted garlic herb butter. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
That is the Frank Thomas statue outside of U.S. Cellular Field, home of the Chicago White Sox. As these are starting this 4-game series here in Chicago. Nice fall weather, cool but very comfortable. Game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 77 degrees, and it's a breezy night here at the ballpark. And it is a park where it's usually a little bit breezy, but tonight a little bit more so as the flags whip around pretty good.
Pull the ball
on top of the stadium.
Pull the ball to left field if you're right-handed, because it is blowing hard to left field.
So the A's lineup for game 1 of the series looks like this. Marcus Semion's going to lead off and play shortstop. Then Canna at first, Laurie at second, Valencia at third, Butler will DH, Reddicks in right, Fegley to catch, Smolinski in left, and Greg Gentry gets a start in center field.
And back on May the 16th, when John Danks defeated the Athletics, going 7 innings, maybe things looked a lot better for the White Sox than they do right now. But Danks making the start, only 7 wins on the season, making his 27th, and trying to improve against the Athletics. Remember, the A's were swept by the White Sox back in May at the Coliseum. The only visit paid by the White Sox to Oakland, and same for the A's coming back here. Different story, though, for both teams, what happened in May.
So the first pitch of the ball game, the left-hander Danks delivers, and it's in there for a strike. Facing Marcus Semien, 255 for Marcus, 11 home runs and 37 RBIs. And he drills that one to center. Eaton comes in and he makes the catch. So Semien hit it hard, but right at the center fielder Adam Eaton. Let's take a look at the rest of that White Sox defense. Melky Cabrera's in left, Eaton in center, and Trace Thompson. It's Clay Thompson's brother. He's in right field. Mike Olt, Alexi Ramirez, Micah Johnson, Jose Abreu. And the infielders with Tyler Flowers doing the catching.
Well, one of the reasons that Marcus Semien did not play a lot of shortstop with the White Sox, because the guy named Ramirez at shortstop for the White Sox. He wants to play every day, and even though the White Sox out of contention, still in there, not surprising. Alexi Ramirez, the young shortstop who has been here for quite a few years now and continues to play well.
Disappointing season for Robin Ventura and the White Sox. Handful of bold moves in the offseason, but we just have not been able to get things rolling. Canna hitting 254 with 15 home runs and 63 RBIs, and he hits a shot into the glove of Olt, 2 outs. So a couple of hard hit balls by the A's, but nothing to show for it.
Well, Mark Canna continues to swing the bat well, and seems like everything comes off his bat as hard as well. This one, though, hit right to the third baseman. Took a double away from him.
So with 2 outs, Brett Laurie steps up. Laurie hitting in the third spot, playing second base. 268 for Laurie with 15 home runs and 56 RBIs. Slumping a little bit lately. He was 1 for 11 in that series in Texas and 2 for 19 in his last 5 games. So he's trying to get rolling. 3 more weeks left in this regular season for the Athletics.
And as we've talked about with Brett Laurie, this is tested territory for him. He normally is not playing in September because of injuries, but playing more games than he's ever played. And good for him to be able to finish very strongly in the month of September because of that.
Game number 133 for Laurie. Joe West is the crew chief, and he is calling balls and strikes tonight. And Laurie swings at a pitch in the dirt, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the left-hander John Danks. So no score after a half an inning from Chicago. Johnson, and Flowers. There's your Chicago White Sox starting lineup.
And Sonny Gray makes his first start since the Astros start on the 8th of September. That was at the Coliseum. 7 innings of 5-hit baseball to pick up win number 13. Shutout baseball for 7 innings. And at that time, the leader of the American League ERA faced the White Sox for the first time. As a matter of fact, just the second time in his career. As the other start was a no decision. Back in May when the A's were swept, Sonny did not take them out.
Cheerleaders on the baseball field. It's Chicago Bulls night here at the ballpark. And those are the Bulls cheerleaders.
T-shirt giveaway. They say they give away a T-shirt every Monday night. Happens to be the Bulls T-shirt tonight.
No Bears giveaway today. Bears lost yesterday.
Who did they play?
I don't know. Just came up a little short.
I can't remember. Who were they scheduled to play yesterday?
I don't remember.
Had to do something in the frozen tundra.
Hard hit, but right to Laurie, who throws out Eaton. So 1 out here in the bottom of the first. A's defense tonight as Smolinski, Gentry, and Reddick in the outfield. Valencia, Simeon, Laurie, and Canna on the infield, with Fegley doing the catching. There's the Bull shirt giveaway.
Yeah.
Got to get one of those.
You don't say that too quick. Bull shirt giveaway.
I should probably slow down. It is mid-September. There comes a time where we're not fully responsible for everything we say. Valencia reaches up and grabs it. He was playing in. Flips it across. So 2 quick outs for Sonny Gray.
You know, the chairman owns both clubs.
Yes, he does.
Jerry Reinsdorf owns the Bulls and the White Sox. So if Mr. Reinsdorf wants to give a T-shirt away on a Monday night with the Bulls on it, he can do it if he wants to.
Well, I get the feeling, and I don't know Mr. Reinsdorf. You know him fairly well. In Chicago, he can pretty much do whatever he wants.
You're right.
Yeah.
And he does, and I don't blame him because he has brought championships.
That's right.
About in 2005, a White Sox championship for the first time in many, many years, and the Bulls kind of perennial winners.
2 away for Jose Abreu. Abreu, another big season, 290, 27 home runs, and 86 RBIs. 10th in the league in RBIs. He was the Rookie of the Year last year.
Well, he is good, too. And,
he is good.
And they're shading him actually in right field to hit the ball to the opposite field, and that's his power to go that direction.
And you know what, Ray? The kind of splurge of Cuban signings the last 3 or 4 years, some have worked out extremely well. Others have not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the risk you take. But if it works out and you get a guy who can hit like Abreu or Cespedes, you are set. Just a 7-pitch inning for Sonny Gray, so both pitchers sharp early. No score after 1. Second inning, no score between the A's and the White Sox. Valencia leading it off, and the first pitch from Danks is inside. Valencia, Butler, and Reddick here in the second. Danks had a quick 3-up, 3-down first inning with a strikeout. Danks could fall into that Colby Lewis category of ace killer. Danks always pitches well against the Athletics. His career numbers show it, and he pitched well back in May at the Coliseum. It just happens with some guys. That doesn't mean he's not a good pitcher, but he is tough on the A's.
Well, he's won only 7 games on the season. There, the number of his career against the Athletics, and he's won 7 times, and one of those in May. So 7 wins on the season, 6 against some other clubs. And yeah, what happens is he lost 12 against somebody throughout the season.
So 2-2 the count.
He, like a lot of pitchers now, that abbreviated, actually like out of the stretch, but it's a windup where he just takes the right foot and takes it back towards third base instead of. That's why Ohlendorf with the Rangers was so out of the ordinary with a full windup, whereas most of the guys are like Danks, who and Sonny Gray both the same tonight. It's just like a stretch, but it's a windup where he takes the right foot back towards third base and then minimizes his movement.
He likes to throw that changeup, and he's going to get Valencia on the pop-up in foul territory. So 1 out. Here's some highlights from that start in Oakland back on what was the 16th of May.
Well, he did great.
You noticed all the off-speed pitches,
right? Exactly. And working inside with the cutter slider, and then also only gave up 3 hits. And you know, we've talked all season about 1-run losses. Well, this was one of them. He's lost 4-3 in the game against John Danks and the White Sox, part of a 3-game sweep by Chicago.
There's a couple of 1-run losses in that series.
Right.
So here's Butler, who takes a first pitch strike. Butler at 253, 11 home runs and 54 RBIs. 1 for 10 in the series over the weekend against the Rangers.
These two guys have faced each other a lot. Of course, Billy Butler with Kansas City Royals prior to this year, so a lot of at-bats against the White Sox in the same Central Division.
And no surprises, that one is just fine.
Well, a 2-run home run off Danks, number 4 for Billy Butler, came into Coliseum, a runner on base, and that patented right center field shot over the right center field wall, and John Danks looking up, and Billy Butler. That was in May, and so good swing that time. And Billy Butler has also regained that same type of stroke in this last month or so, going a lot to right center, right field. I think we talk about teams that can't wait for the year to end, turn the calendar, and the whole year. Billy Butler might be saying the same thing as an individual. I don't think the A's are even expecting him to come close to having the type of season he had this year, which has not been that great as the first year with the A's.
Another off-speed pitch from John Danks, and Felon. And throw that changeup over and over.
Yeah, right out of his hand, you could see out of the circle change grip. And right over the top, pull the string.
So 2 outs, and here's Reddick. So the changeup, he throws 28% of the time, pretty high amount. Good pitch there, right on the outside corner, 0-1 to Reddick, who's hitting 279.
No, Danks,
16 and 68.
Danks is really kind of like the left-hander that not really overpowering, about 92 with the fastball. That breaking ball, broken bat, caught.
And Micah Johnson hustles out, makes the catch, 6 up, 6 down for John Danks. No scores. We go to the bottom of the second. 34 on the season, 35 and 36 at home. They are in fourth place in the AL Central. Melky Cabrera, one of those offseason signings. Cabrera got a 3-year, $42 million deal to come to Chicago, and he was a sought-after player. Got off to a slow start. His numbers have picked up a little bit. And he rips this one to right. That's hit well. Reddick on the move, and he's going to play it off the screen out in right field. Cabrera hustling for second, and he gets in there with a sliding double. Almost looks like a chain link fence out there, doesn't it, Ray?
Yes, it does. Fastball, maybe a little cut on it, and Cabrera took the first pitch like he wanted to take a strike. Second pitch got the strike and hit it off the wall, and if he'd come back a little bit harder, Josh Reddick might have thrown him out. Kind of hit right at the base, and chain link fence, like you mentioned, and Reddick's throw a little bit offline.
See a lot of chain link fences in here. It's pretty much all the way from the right field corner all the way out to center field.
I guess they have, that's called the patio, I guess, an eating area in right center field, so people can have some food and beverage and watch the game through the chain link fence.
Here's Avisail Garcia. That double for Cabrera was his 32nd of the year, so that's the area where you can sit. I always like to tell the story, Ray, and you remember Old Comiskey Park, obviously, playing there many times. You got a nice area out there where those folks are sitting and you can eat. And at the Old Comiskey Park, they had a same type of eating area out in left field, but it was not open. It was like underneath.
Right.
And I remember seeing that on TV and thinking, that looks like it's pretty cool. You could sit out there and you're underneath the bleachers, but you could watch the game. It looks like it'd be great. So the first time I went there, and you were probably playing, and I said, I got to go out there. And I went out there, and it was really sort of disgusting out there. And I was very disappointed. Well, there was dripping water everywhere, and there was nothing but really old picnic tables sitting out there.
And that is the reason there's a new Comiskey Park.
I realized that it looked a lot better on TV, but there was never anybody sitting out there. I was really disappointed. I was going to have a hot dog out there.
And just think, if you had just watched on TV, you could have been saying how great it was right now in 2015. And in reality, all those people listening saying, oh, not even close, Kate.
Oh, it was not good.
Well, I give you a lot of credit for actually experiencing it firsthand.
Venturing out there, yeah.
That field, it was like the drainage all in the outfield. It was kind of a dip, and there was zero drainage.
Well, I think it went out to that left field corner. Standings in the West, of course, the Astros and the Rangers squaring off. In fact, they're underway. We're going to keep a close eye on that. And then American League wild card stays pretty tight with the Yankees and the Rangers holding the 2 spots right now. But Twins won't go away. Angels trying to bounce back after an extremely tough loss. Oh. And the Indians just sort of hanging on the edge. But right now the Astros have a 1-0 lead over the Rangers in the bottom of the second inning. So that's that big showdown series in Texas.
And is Kazmir and Keuchel?
Kazmir and Keuchel, yep. No, Kazmir and Hamels.
And Hamels, yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking Hamels when I said Keuchel. He's going to pitch in the series.
A couple of lefties tonight. So
yeah, Hamels was held back for tonight, so he's going against the Astros with Kazmir, the former Athletic.
So a 4-game series. And that should be a fun series to keep an eye on, which we will. So the Astros with an early lead. Those two teams will play 7 times in the next 14 days.
You think about Keuchel and where he is in the ERA leaders. He pitched 9 innings in a game at the Coliseum. Scott Kazmir faced him when he's with the Athletics, and it was a 0-0 game until extra innings.
This is Trace Thompson, who's getting a chance to play some for the White Sox, and he's really done a good job. So there's the lineup so far. Keuchel, Gray, Price, the top 3 ERAs, and those are your top 3 Cy Young candidates as well. Keuchel is going to pitch on Wednesday. David Price looks like he's going to pitch on Thursday for the Blue Jays. 1-2 to Thompson in the dirt. But right now, Keuchel leads the American League in wins, ERA, first in innings pitched, and fifth in strikeouts. So that's sort of why I think we're all in agreement that he is probably the front runner right now for the Cy Young. But David Price and Sonny Gray very close behind. Price has 15 wins. He's second in innings pitched and fourth in strikeouts. So the left-hander having a very nice season at 15-5. A little bit low, 3-2. So you make your decision. Gray and Keuchel and how they line up. Pretty close.
You got Keuchel pitching for a winner. You got Keuchel with 4 more wins, ERA close, and the voters between now and 3 weeks from yesterday, votes will be tabulated for regular season.
There's a line shot to left field, and Smolinski reaches up and makes the catch. So Trace Thompson hit a bullet right at Smolinski.
Well, he did not challenge with a fastball, had a little wrinkle to it, and maybe kind of a hanging breaking ball, hanging curveball, and Thompson hit it hard. Fortunately, Smolinski, who had it and a couple of steps back, and able to make the play. I've noticed in this conversation at second between Brett Lawrie and Cabrera.
Been going on for a while.
They were teammates in Toronto last year, and I'm just thinking about Cabrera signing with the White Sox, and where his both guys' former team playing this year. The Blue Jays really playing so well. Cabrera played well, got the contract with the White Sox.
Yeah. Probably not what they're talking about.
No, probably not.
Mike Olt steps in. So Cabrera had that leadoff double. He's still there. White Sox have not been able to advance Cabrera. One pitch is low, 94 miles an hour from Sonny Gray. Sonny 11th in the league in strikeouts, and opponent's batting average is .205. That's the best. Number 1 in that category. Also something else to watch for Ray. If he gets to 6 1/3 innings tonight, he will reach the 200 inning mark. Which is a goal for every pitcher. Last year, Sonny threw 219. What do you figure after this game? Probably 3 more starts. So
19
get close to that.
18 remaining after tonight.
Lowest single season ERA in Oakland history. Vida, Catfish, and then Sonny Gray.
Jim Jumble Nash, 1968. He's a big boy, right-hander. But Vida, what a phenomenal season he had in 71. He won everything.
And it's outside. It's a 2-out walk. So Olt to first. Cabrera still at second. 2 on, 2 out for Micah Johnson.
One thing to notice tonight, and we've talked about the windy city and how windy it is here in Chicago and the South Side. And you watch Sonny Gray. He'll either be blowing on his hands or pitchers now can actually blow on their hands. They can lick their fingers as long as they wipe. It's something that they're allowed to do now, something in the past you could never go to your mouth while on the mound. But the thing that wind does is dry out the baseballs. It makes them very slippery. And even on a relatively warm night, you see them go into their mouth, just a little moisture on their fingertips so they can grip the baseball a little better. And it is windy, and man, it will dry out baseballs so quickly and make them just very slippery and kind of slick, almost like a cue ball.
So Johnson steps in. And the first pitch down and away. 272 for Johnson with 3 RBIs. Johnson made the opening day roster this year for the White Sox. Played in 27 games, but then was sent down. And now back up. Rolls this one foul.
Well, the one guy who was traded to the Angels, Gordon Beckham, wanted to come back, even though he did not have a particularly great year. Was traded to the White Sox, and we saw him when he made his debut here at third base, and now back with the Sox.
Yep.
And he wanted to come back, and give him a lot of credit after being traded. Made it a point of wanting to come back to the White Sox. There is Gordon Beckham.
You get a one-year deal in the offseason.
I think as we were talking about what managers look for evaluating players, there are certain players that managers know about. They know what they're capable of doing. The organization will know what certain guys can do. It's players who come up who might get a little bit more playing time that you ask yourself sometimes, why is that happening? Well, in the case of Gordon Beckham, they know what he can do.
Yeah.
But yet as far as this young man, if he gets a chance to play, show what he can do, Gordon Beckham just learned how to eat sunflower seeds now.
He's practicing.
There's an art to that.
Yes, there is. Cabrera at second, Olt at first. Gray ahead in the count 1-2. And did he go?
Yeah. Oh,
no.
wow.
It was close. Had to be close.
Matter of fact, I thought it's close enough. They should have been called out. And he was fooled on the hard slider. Well, maybe not far enough. Again, what Marcus Jensen is doing and has done all season with the catchers and Josh Phegley. This is a challenge tonight with a hard slider for a catcher to have to block several, which he's already done just in the second inning.
Close pitch. Now 3-2. So that'll help the runners. They'll take off. That's Tyler Flowers, the on-deck hitter.
How did this not be called a strike? And even more so, how, well, you could understand if the hitter's fooled and wouldn't swing at it. It looked like a pretty good pitch.
So 3-2. Runner set to take off. The ball is sliced fouling in down the left field line. The White Sox making Sonny Gray work a little bit here in the second inning.
Well, the 6 pitches in the first inning, 23 in the second, and still working at it.
And it just missed outside, and Micah Johnson walks. You don't see Sonny Gray walk back-to-back guys very often.
Trying to nail the outside corner after the cutter inside corner, missed, and Phegley on the outside corner holding the mitt with the baseball, but Joe West did not offer at it. And that slot right there by Joe West over the catcher looking on the inside corner. That's why sometimes it's surprising when pitches are called inside, and even more so in the case of the one tonight to Johnson that wasn't called when big Joe West looking right at it.
So Tyler Flowers, big catcher, steps in, and he hits one off the end of the bat and foul down the first base line. So he'll get a new piece of lumber. It's maybe the quietest I've ever heard it at U.S. Cellular Field. This is a ballpark where when the crowds are good, it's actually a very loud ballpark. And it's a pretty good atmosphere, but it is a quiet so far in a small crowd. Foul straight back. Of course, the Cubs are the talk of the baseball world here in Chicago. Cubs on their way to the postseason. Terrific young team. That gentleman is hanging out, and he's all right with that. He's just keep an eye on him. He could be napping by the 4th inning. That is not out of the question.
Come on, Joe.
Joe West does not want to pull up the right arm. That was a close pitch.
Well, Fegley's there, and Fegley doesn't move, and I can't say it was low, and Sonny Gray was heading the dugout.
So 1-2 the count to Flowers. Hitting .220. Decent power, 9 home runs. And he hits one high in the air. Left center. Gentry's circling under it, and he's got it. Side retired. So the White Sox leave him loaded, and we're headed to the 3rd in Chicago. No score. California. Beautiful look at downtown Chicago. And it's the White Sox and the A's scoreless as we go to the top of the 3rd. Warm, breezy night here at U.S. Cellular Field. John Danks has retired the first 6 A's hitters with a couple of strikeouts. He'll face Fegley, Smolinski, and Gentry.
Unfortunately, Sonny Gray threw more pitches in the 2nd inning than Danks has thrown in the first 2.
28 was the final total for Sonny in the 2nd inning alone. Josh Fegley, former White Sox. Sure, he and Marcus Semien would love to play well against their former team.
I would say they get a chance to play quite a few of the 4-game series. We'll see what happens on Thursday in the series finale, day game.
Fegley was a sandwich pick in the 2009 draft by the White Sox. 2-2 the count. Changeup.
Tyler Flowers has been the everyday catcher, so when Fegley did come up last year, it was late with Flowers a steady one behind the plate.
Yeah, there it is again, and Fegley swings and misses.
Yeah, you just watch Flowers wiggle those fingers, then that means it's going to be the changeup. And especially the way Danks throws it down in the dirt. Look at this location. Flowers wants it in the dirt. That's where he throws it. At least down just above the dirt. A good pitcher or a pitcher with a good changeup. I've always said it. You can throw it as many times as you want.
And that one is belted. Left center field and deep. And that baby's gone. Smolinski homers. And the A's have a 1-0 lead. So home run number 4 for Jake Smolinski, and the A's take the lead.
Well, remember, he started the game when the Twins came into town, and Tommy Malone started and hit a home run off him, and then again against a right-hander on the 19th, hitting 2 home runs in the same game. And tonight, matter of fact, it's his first since then. As he was optioned AAA, came back and reached out and drove it to left center.
So Gentry hits. Gentry batting in the 9th spot. Tunnel's a little longer to go through now when you hit a home run. More guys on the team. In the first strike, 1-1.
What is it? The Astros are feeding to the players as they come in. Is it gummy bears or something?
Gummy bears, yeah.
Hands full of gummy bears.
Another way to do it.
So throw sunflower seeds, go through tunnels.
I would just like to feed myself gummy bears as opposed to somebody else.
I'd just like to
them.
shake a hand. Just hit a home run and shake a hand.
A firm handshake?
Yeah.
Eaton drifts back. He's under 2 outs. Let's take a look at the Smolinski home run, see what he hit.
Well, if a pitcher has a good changeup, what do? You don't want to get to it, right? So you get it before he throws it. We have seen some hitters against the Athletics. In case of Sonny Gray, the hard slider, Smolinski.
Looked like that one just stayed up a little.
It stayed up. Exactly.
Easier to hit.
Yeah. Had a little cut to it back to the middle part of the plate. But I think the most important thing, Smolinski hitting 8th, getting a chance to see all the changeups thrown by Danks, that is, and getting the strikeouts. So Sandy never does not want to get to the pitch.
Marcus Semien hit a line drive to the center fielder leading off the game. Touch high, 3-0. Semien was a 6th round pick of the White Sox back in 2011. So Fegley was the 2009 draft, Semien the 2011 draft. Played in 64 games last year for the White Sox, and he takes the walk. Danks a little frustrated. We saw Marcus Semien here last year when the A's played. Actually, the A's were here at the exact same time last year.
September, yeah.
Marcus Semien, remember, he started a game at third base and he really struggled. He made a couple of errors. In fact, I think he may have made 3 errors in the game, and
I want to say
just didn't look comfortable
in the series that he played second, third, and short.
I think he did,
and played all of them and just struggled because there was nothing consistent. Whereas this year, and granted he's made some errors, but he's played at just the shortstop position, which is going to make him better. And like I said, it was rare that actually Ramirez took a night off that Semien was able to play, but he's shortstop in the minor leagues. And I think for Marcus Semien throughout this season, the fact that struggles he might have had at shortstop, which is a tough position, has not affected his plate appearances, and it's been a learning experience for him there as well. Semien looking at Trace Thompson and maybe asking him what he's doing, or Johnson, the second baseman. Thompson here are good friends, but I guess they felt maybe he's going to be running on the first move, but he wasn't. Must be thinking he's going to be running, period. It's a lot of throwovers.
Pitch to Canna is tapped right back to Danks, who handles it, throws to first. Side retired, but the A's have a 1-0 lead thanks to that man right there, Jake Smolinski. One swing of the bat, home run left center, 1-0 A's as we go to the bottom of the third. Sonny Gray with a 1-0 lead. It's the bottom of the third, and it's the top of the order for the White Sox. Eaton, Ramirez, and Abreu. Shutdown inning opportunity for Sonny Gray. 81%, 42 for 52 this year. Breaking ball, and it's hit high and foul into the sweet level. Rangers got a run, and it's the Astros 1 and the Rangers 1. Just so early in that game. Second inning to be exact. Swing and a miss. Eaton is gone. And that is strikeout number 3 for Gray.
That really helps to get a hitter to swing at a pitch way out of the strike zone. Ball kept running, and that's the difference in the 2-2 that just missed. And this 1-2 fastball that just a little bit too aggressive.
One away for Alexi Ramirez, who bounced out to Valencia at third in the first inning. First pitch is a fastball for a strike. Right at 250 is Alexi Ramirez. Interesting, the White Sox have a club option on Ramirez for next year. As Ray said, he's been a good shortstop here for a long time. They'll have to make a decision on that.
His first year, it seemed like every time he had the bases loaded, he hit a grand slam. Got a very steady shortstop. A good third baseman in Robin Ventura, fourth-year manager in the Chicago White Sox. There was some talk after the first couple of years that he might hang them up because the club was playing poorly, and he said nope. He said, I signed a contract to manage, and knowing there's going to be good days and bad days. He's had a few bad ones, but as a player, he was great.
Last year, the White Sox were 73 and 89. But remember, in 2013, they lost 99 games. So they actually improved from 13 to 14 by 10 games. This year, 67 wins so far. They have some players in place. Eaton and Abreu, Garcia, young right fielder. Melky Cabrera for a couple more years.
They have to decide on the shark. Jeff Samardzija, he's a free agent at the end of this year.
I looked back at the season for the White Sox and just their record as the year went on, and I found it hard to believe, Ray, that they have been over 500 one day.
It's amazing. That is amazing.
And it was May 18th. They were 18 and 17. It was right after they swept the A's in Oakland. They left Oakland, won the next day to get to 18 and 17. Only day this whole year they've been over 500. And Ramirez reaches out, lines one to left field. So he's got a one-out single.
Hanging breaking ball that Ramirez able to stay back and take advantage of a pitch that was left up, the curveball that was left up, and Ramirez, a free swinger, as he just swung at a pitch prior to that, fouled off a pitch that was head high.
So second hit for the White Sox, and here's Abreu. And in the offseason, the White Sox signed Melky Cabrera. Remember, they signed Adam LaRoche to a 2-year, $25 million contract, and LaRoche has really struggled. We signed David Robertson, the Yankees closer. We signed Zach Duke, good left-handed reliever. So they spent a lot of money and had high hopes for this year.
And really, one of the worst things that can happen to a team is to improve in such a way that the expectations are so high. I mean, we've seen the Seattle Mariners, and they lost their general manager because of it. But You have expectations, and then the players don't perform the way you expect them to perform.
Don't you think, too? I'm always a little suspicious of when expectations go from low to high strictly because of the transactions that were made.
Exactly.
In the offseason.
Absolutely.
That is always a little bit of a red light.
Yeah, you're going on track records, and it doesn't mean that every year those track records are going to come to fruition. They're going to continue that way.
And that one is belted deep left center field, and the White Sox are going to take the lead way out of here.
You talk about back-to-back hangers. We just saw them. You hang one to that big guy, he's not going to miss them too much. And this ball is left up and gone. And we showed in our open that when Abreu makes contact, it usually travels a great distance, and that one was aided by the fact that the curveball was left up.
So give him 28 homers and 88 RBIs. So Abreu 12 RBIs away from 100. He's got 20 games left to do it. He did it last year. So Sonny Gray gets hurt by the long ball.
You saw those numbers since the break and what he's done lately. That was a 10th home run since the All-Star break. He had a period, he gave up 3 in one game. That was against Tampa Bay, which had never happened before. But it's all about location. You leave pitches in hitter zones, even though this is a latter part of the season. Hitter's going to take advantage of it.
Cabrera doubled leading off the second inning, but the White Sox could not get him home. Taken all the way on 3-0, and it's right in there for a strike. Garcia to follow here in the bottom of the third. And there's a line drive and a base hit, and that pitch was up 88 miles an hour. And Cabrera got a pretty good look at that one, and he just lined it to left. So location issues for Sonny Gray. Watch where this pitch is.
That ball did nothing except stay up and outside, and Cabrera's that type of hitter, which he'll use the whole field.
So 3 straight hits against Sonny Gray, and here's Avisel Garcia.
Yeah, the one thing that Josh Phegley has really proven all season, and even more so with Sonny Gray, that he can block the pitches that are in the dirt. So that will allow a pitcher to throw it hard and try to keep it down as much as possible like that. That's what you want. And Josh Phegley will take care of it. I mean, granted, he's not going to be perfect, but more times than not, he is going to do this. This is a hard slider first pitch, and Phegley got the glove to the ground and blocked it with his body.
So 0-1 to Garcia. Garcia's been dealing with some back spasms. He's DHing tonight. He's been able to stay healthy this year. This is his 131st game of the year. It's very hard, but foul. Twins are leading the Tigers 4-0, bottom of the second. Don't forget about those Minnesota Twins, 1 game back in the second wild card. Twins are starting a 10-game homestand tonight, so keep an eye on the Twins. They've been a good home team this year.
They just left here, and they got Chris Sale yesterday.
Yep.
And Torrey Hunter, the youngster at 40. It's a swing, yeah.
And it is a swing, and Garcia can't believe it. It's going to be a strikeout, and it's going to be strikeout number 4.
And once Joe West, the home plate umpire, points and says you're out, then there's no appeal to first base. It's a hard breaking ball, hard slider again, once again blocked by Fegley, and Joe West pointed to Garcia, said you went, and you didn't, but he called you out anyway. That's why Garcia looked in the dugout.
Yeah, I don't think that's a swing.
No, it's not.
Sonny Gray will take it.
But you know, Cap, how many times I've said the fact that the body goes forward, the bat stays back, and you can't look at a body and think it's a swing, and that's what Joe evidently did.
There's Trace Thompson. As we mentioned earlier, and most people know, he's the brother of Klay Thompson. Really, that's all you have to do is look at him, and you can tell that they are indeed brothers.
Yes, a family of athletes, the NBA.
Yeah.
In addition to the 2 we mentioned.
And he hits one high in deep center field. Gentry's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. 2-run homer, Trace Thompson, and the White Sox lead 4-1.
And unfortunately, have to say it once again, a breaking ball that was left up. Well, the ball's just not breaking as sharply consistently, and that's a curveball, inner part of the plate, and that's a reacting swing by Trace Thompson. And in a park in which the ball carries extremely well, especially left field where the wind is blowing to left. Sounded good. Results were just as good.
Here's Mike Gold. Good effort by Gentry. He set himself up nicely, and he made a pretty good leap, but the ball was well out of here. So a couple of 2-run homers here in the 3rd inning by the White Sox.
Pretty impressive swing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's one thing to, as a hitter, see a breaking ball. Doesn't mean you're always going to hit them. Not always going to drive them as well as Abreu and Thompson have in this inning.
Off the end of the bat a little bit. Smolinski's over, under it. He's got it. Side retired. So a couple of home runs for the White Sox. 3 innings in the books. It's the White Sox 4 and the A's 1.
Big supporter of Notre Dame baseball is Notre Dame against University of Texas, and the bet, guess who lost? Mr. John Danks, the leprechaun.
What gave you that idea?
But I think they said it was rain-shortened BP, so he did not have to don that uniform. There is Eddie Farmer, who, as he said, when I go to Notre Dame, University of Notre Dame, watch football games, I have to go in after the game starts. I'm so recognized there. And they had the radio voice along with Derek Jackson.
I can hear Ed saying.
Oh yeah, but they had a little wager, and Farmio won. And Mr. Danks had to
sky to left field. Melky Cabrera's back into the corner, and that baby is gone.
Thank you, Wind.
It got up and just kept going into the White Sox bullpen, and Laurie has homered. It's 4-2. Well, if you look at the flags, that's where it's blowing.
Exactly right.
And it had to help it a little bit.
Especially up that high, Kev. Whenever you get a ball up that high and the wind is blowing very, very strong in one direction, and John Danks, a cut fastball, left it up, and just stay fair. Sounded great. Get up in the jet stream. Cabrera had no chance, well over the bullpens. And boy, there high, the wind was really blowing.
Valencia swings and misses. Valencia fouled out in the second inning. So home run number 16 for Laurie. Nobody really wants it.
Well, we remember a couple of games ago when Kobe Lewis, the A's killer, that masterpiece against the A's, ended their 15 consecutive games, at least a home run a game, and then the A's came right back against the Rangers, now back to 3 in a row.
I think Valencia is sick of changeups, but he's going to keep getting them.
Thank you. If you're sick of them and you're swinging like that, and if a pitcher catcher throws anything but, that's their problem. Danks throws a changeup equally percentage-wise to lefties and righties, so it's a pitch that he'll actually use regardless of who's hitting.
And there it is, just missed. So now it's a full count. So I think he's thrown him 5 straight changeups.
Yeah. Guess what? He's going to throw the 6th one.
Why not?
Flowers wiggles those fingers, and you'd have to think so.
And he missed low, and Valencia has the walk. So that's walk number 2 by John Danks. So good start in the 4th, a homer and a walk. So Butler will hit. And that one in for a strike. So John Danks from Texas, obviously, as Ray told the story. And he was originally a high draft pick of the Texas Rangers. Yeah. He was a first-round pick in 2003. Ramirez fires to second, on to first, double play, 6-4-3. So 2 outs here in the 4th.
Unfortunately, when Billy Butler hits the ball on the ground and it is caught, he usually results in 1 or 2 outs. This case, 2 outs. Ramirez to his right, pretty good range for the shortstop. And once he got it over to Johnson, plenty of time to complete the double play. And that quickly, with the possibility of a change up to Valencia walking him after the home run by Laurie. 2 quick outs.
Pitch to Reddick is a strike. Reddick popped out in the second inning.
He's a big college football guy, too.
Oh, yeah. Georgia?
Georgia. In Chicago or in Texas over the weekend, guys were watching football, and I said, what team are you rooting for? And he said, look at my shirt. He's wearing a Georgia shirt, but I was kidding. I knew that. He likes all sports.
Well, we got our share of football over the weekend with the high school football. You know, so much so that we really got to get back to Texas for another weekend.
Let's go back this weekend.
You want to?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And the A's can go back 6 times next year. three to Houston, 3 to Arlington.
Because the quickest route. It's the old Arlington, Chicago, Houston road trip.
I think the family that is enjoying the trip more than anybody, the Muncie family, because they were in Arlington. No, they're going straight to Houston. So from Arlington.
Take the time.
That's right.
They got 4 days.
He said, "We'll let Max go to Chicago. We'll see him in Houston."
Reddick hits one high in the air to right field. Thompson, see that ball blown toward right center, but Thompson has it side retired. Brett Lawrie with a home run, his 16th of the year, was a solo shot. He got it up in the jet stream. Got it out of here. So 4-2 White Sox over the A's as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Raiders with the opening week loss at home to Cincinnati. 49ers playing tonight. 4-2 White Sox lead the A's. It's the bottom of the fourth inning. Micah Johnson, Tyler Flowers, Adam Eaton. Brett Lawrie, I'm not sure who he's talking to. That's the concern right there. Because there's not really anybody around him. So he may have been talking to himself. I don't know.
Stu, the umpire second base is on the grass and going.
Well, but he was. The second base umpire is to his right. He was talking to his left.
Yeah.
So it could have been Canna.
But he's 40 feet away.
Could have been DJ Rayburn, or actually Rob Drake, the first base umpire.
Well, they're putting the shift on, and Stu Sherwalder is just saying, "I'm getting out of here." He moving closer to center field. Every time Lawrie moves, Stu moves.
He said, "This guy's talking to himself." 3-0 to Micah Johnson. And it's high. A 4-pitch walk leading off the bottom of the fourth.
Well, Sonny Gray, and he's had a phenomenal season. But on 4 days, this is every 5th day, he's 8-2 with a 218. Tonight, which he's getting the extra day, on 5 days, 12 starts, 5-4 with a 281. The ERA is good, but the wins-loss is not even close. But ERA on the road is sub-2. But again, we go back to last year when they skipped a start. He had 10 days in between starts, and in Miami against the Marlins, he did nothing. Gave up 4 in the first. Well, his club gave him 4 in the first inning. He didn't last 5. But I think sometimes a pitcher just pitching every 5th day. And Kurt Young, the pitching coach, said that in between starts, and they have a workout program, side work, etc. And he said Sonny just kind of threw on flat ground, didn't get on the mound, and figured in September he's thrown a lot of innings, made a lot of starts. But it's called building up to finish strong. And Sonny Gray, as you mentioned, a lot on the line for him and for the A's to continue and hope to play well the last 3 weeks.
Oh, 0-1 to Tyler Flowers, who hit a fly ball to center field in the second inning. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, 0-2. Angels will be at the Mariners tonight, opening up a series. Richards for the Angels, Walker for the Mariners. Richards looking for his 14th win of the year. Angels 4.5 back in the division, 3 back of the Rangers in the wild card. Still trying to figure out how they lost that game yesterday. Astros scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning after 2 were out and nobody on base against Houston Street.
We saw the replay of that. Cole Calhoun going to the base of the wall in right field, right down the corner. And
he almost caught it.
He did, but you know, it's almost reminiscent of the home run Scott Spezio hit against the Giants in the 2002 World Series.
Right. Reggie Sanders, he couldn't jump. It's like his feet were stuck to the ground.
Well, you know what happened there? And I think a little bit to Calhoun yesterday. Backing up, and for Reggie, the wall stopped him. As he started to jump, the wall, I think he hit that and couldn't jump.
He never really jumped.
Yeah, right. He didn't get back the wall and jump straight up, as we saw Gentry do on the attempted catch by the home run by Thompson. And if you kind of drift and the wall stops you as you start to jump, and with Calhoun yesterday being a left-handed fielder, it just looked like it was a little awkward, because if he got there, it looked like he's going to catch it easily. Mm-hmm. But he didn't.
That wall down there is about 4 feet high.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's cheap home runs, but also you can rob guys of home runs easily.
Line drive, base hit by Flowers. So 6 hits off Sonny Gray, 2 on, nobody out.
Now Kurt Young's got to go out and talk to his young pitcher, and off-speed pitch, again, one that's not breaking that sharply. It's just kind of tumbling. And you get to 0-2, you throw something that is left up in the zone, it becomes hittable.
So 69 pitches for Sonny Gray. And now he'll face the top of the order, Eaton and then Ramirez and then Abreu. Got a no-hitter watch going on in Tampa Bay with Erasmo Ramirez, the right-hander for the Rays, no-hitting the Yankees through 7 innings. Wow. That's the good news. The bad news for Ramirez is the score is 0-0. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Yankees in the thick of everything in the pennant race in the wild card division. Line drive, left field, base hit. Micah Johnson is held. So the bases are loaded and nobody out.
Now we've seen Miguel Cabrera and now Eaton, lefties, going opposite field on pitches away. Remember, Eaton swung out a pitch way out of the strike zone his last at bat and struck out. But this is just very good hitting, opposite field hitting on pitches that are up. And there's the key. There's the difference in pitches that are up. It allows the hitters to go opposite field the way they have tonight. I think for Sonny Gray, every ball that's been hit has been belt high in that area, which makes it very good for hitters.
So here's Alexi Ramirez. Fastball low. Johnson at third, Flowers at second, Eaton at first. Sonny Gray had a 3-up, 3-down first inning. He breezed right through it, just 6 pitches, but he left the bases loaded in the second. The White Sox scored 4 in the third, and the White Sox got the bases loaded here in the fourth. Yeah, it's low, 2-0. Fegley with a nice block.
Well, this is the fifth they've got him blocking those pitches in the dirt. And again, good job. And there's the confidence the catcher showing the pitcher running third base. Critical to make sure you block the ball. And Fegley's continuing to do that.
2-0 the count to Ramirez. 3-0 and again blocked by Fegley. So the ball is behind Joe West.
Well, this was thrown so hard. This was more self-defense by Fegley and got him in the mask, hit the hitter, and see how he had the mask on his right hand and reached down and got the ball with his glove. Fernando Rodriguez loosening the A's pen, and that's not good for the A's in the fourth inning to see somebody loosening in the bullpen.
So 3-0. And it's inside, and Sonny Gray has walked in a run. So it's 5-2. It's ball 4. You get an RBI, Alexi.
And even the runner at third, Johnson didn't know he's not coming down. So no, make them stay there. If they don't know, just make them stay.
So Ramirez gets his 56th RBI. Now Sonny's in all kinds of trouble. Not quite sure how you don't know that.
Robin Ventura. He said he looked at the board and the board didn't say it. Usually when it goes to 3, it goes back to 0. It doesn't go 4.
No, it probably moved quickly to 0.
Yeah. And of course he said he looked at the board and saw it wasn't. Meanwhile, Sonny Gray walked another batter, and
so he's got 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. And now he faces one of the best hitters in the American League. Bases loaded, nobody out. A run in for the White Sox. Abreu with a 2-run homer in the third.
Not a guy you want up, and the bases loaded, nobody out. Okay, back on May the 3rd, we're going to see Abreu's home run on a hanging breaking ball, and this did not take long to get out. May the 3rd, the game down in Arlington. He struck out 10, walked 7.
That's right.
But yet won the game 7-1, did not give up a run. He's a 2-hitter, but a little bit different tonight.
And there's a little flare to right center, and that's going to fall for a hit. 1 run scores. They're going to wave home the second runner. He will score. It's a 2-run single for Jose Abreu. He's got 4 RBIs tonight. And now it's 7-2, the White Sox lead, and that's going to do it for Sonny Gray. So Flowers and Eaton come in to score. Ramirez goes all the way around to third. So Sonny Gray, 3+ innings, and the numbers are not good. So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. It's your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
extension for next year. The A's offer a variety of full and partial season plans that qualify for great benefits, including half-price parking, which is always great, flexible ticket plan, and more. Yeah, tell you what, a flexible ticket exchange program, one of the best in baseball through the Athletics. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/2016. Sonny Gray would like to exchange a few runs tonight.
Yep.
And got a couple of runners on base. His responsibility. 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 7 runs so far. And Fernando Rodriguez to try to keep it just at that number of runs.
So there's still nobody out. Melky Cabrera steps in against Fernando, making his 48th appearance, 55 strikeouts in 48 innings. And he could use one here. Cabrera has doubled, singled, and he has scored a run. Runners at first and third in the first pitch. He's fouled out. So 2 walks and 3 singles in this inning and 3 runs so far for the White Sox.
Well, to the point the A's now have a 5 and the infield having to play in. This is a tough chore. Ramirez going to third on Toby Kuhn, sending the back runner, the runner from second base, throw coming into second. So it created a first and third. That Simeon and Laurie talking about if a ball is hit to them and the runner at third doesn't run, they could go to second and maybe turn a double play, surprisingly, with the infield playing in.
This one's popped up left field. Smolinski is under it. He's got it. Ramirez bluffs. He'll stay. So Melky Cabrera hits a fly ball, just not deep enough. So that is out number 1. So that'll bring up Avisail Garcia.
This is purely a bluff. Nobody out. Smolinski has shown that he has a very good arm, and so Ramirez just down the line with a bluff.
So now Rodriguez trying to get a ground ball right at somebody. Garcia has a couple of strikeouts tonight. Swing and a miss. Garcia, as we said, having a decent year, but you wonder, Ray, if the White Sox aren't hoping for a little more power from him. He's got 12 home runs. He's got 17 doubles. And he is a big, strong kid.
Well, when he was with Detroit, they called him the Little Miggy.
He's got that look.
Miguel Cabrera, similar style of hitting, and maybe with Detroit he might have continued to hit that way, but he is not with the White Sox, which is just surprising.
Doesn't mean it won't come, but he certainly is big and strong.
And this is a better hitter's park than Comerica Park when it comes down to the dimensions and where the ball travels. Carries much better here, it seems.
He turned 24 years old in June, so still a very young player. And really, it really is his first full year in the big leagues. He was hurt quite a bit last year. And the 0-2 pitch, a high heater, and Rodriguez gets the big strikeout. So Garcia has struck out 3 times in 4 innings.
Hey, Fernando Rodriguez can get out of this without allowing another run to score. That's a great job by A's reliever. And high fastballs, Garcia not able to catch up to them, and he stayed primarily with his main pitch, which is the high heater.
So Trace Thompson steps up. Thompson with a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning. He lined out in the 2nd, so a couple of hard hit balls for Thompson. Playing in his 26th game for the White Sox.
A good breaking ball hitter here on the curveball that hung the middle half of the plate, and Gentry, good effort, but no chance of the ball well into the seats. I wonder if his brother Clay is here watching. Maybe watching back, huh?
probably watching.
Yeah.
2 the count.
You can hit some threes, huh?
Yes, he can. That's a smooth stroke right there. So I would imagine that Clay at probably times pretty good baseball player. And
yeah.
Trace, probably pretty good basketball player. Father Michael Thompson, a longtime NBA player.
Cap, is this crew in the truck any good? You start talking about something, and next thing you know, talking about the NBA.
We should challenge it. We should just like broaden the things we start to talk about and see if they can keep coming up with video.
Yeah, I bet they can. I bet they call it what, the Elvis?
Yeah.
Elvis is everywhere.
He has not left the building. 0-2 to Thompson. Hard breaking ball. Fegley with another nice block.
Well, this is a very, very hard curveball thrown by Fernando Rodriguez. Thompson wouldn't bite at it, and remember, it's the curveball that Thompson hit for the home run. This one way off the plate, but a great block by Fegley again.
Fastball out over the plate, off the plate. Thompson fouled it straight back. So 1-2 the count. A couple of runs in, make it 3 runs in for the White Sox as they now lead 7-2. Come inside, and it misses inside. 2-2 the count. Ramirez at third, Abreu at first. Abreu does not run well. Two-two pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is a heck of a job by Rodriguez. He came in with runners at the corners, nobody out, and got out of it. But the White Sox score 3, and they lead 7-2. Outside U.S. Cellular Field. And John Danks now has a 7-2 lead. He'll face Fegley, Smolinski, and Gentry. So Sonny Gray ends up 3+ and 7 earned runs allowed. So we don't really want to do it, but we're going to give you his updated ERA. It is 2.56. So it went from 2.28 to 2.56. And that would put him 4th in the American League in ERA right now. Kazmir is right behind him, and Kazmir's pitching time. 7 earned runs. That's a career high, or matches a career high, allowed by Sonny Gray.
Well, the other time they mentioned he gave up 7, but only 6 earned. Tampa Bay, so he's 7 earnings. That doesn't help the ERA.
Nope.
And it doesn't help the A's to try to win a game after losing 2 out of 3 to the Rangers. And speaking of changeups,
a 3-2 changeup.
Well, let's take a look. There's a location a little above the knees, about thigh high, breaking ball. Left up to Abreu, a hanger to Thompson. Went down and got that breaking ball. And then Flowers. That was 0-2 changeup, and Sonny Gray's location of his off-speed pitches and just the follow through. And Sean Nolan told us when he picked up his first win of the weekend, he talked about spinning the curveball a little bit more and a tighter curveball. And it seemed like Sonny Gray tonight was kind of in between the curveball and the slider with the spin and getting the tumble that we're accustomed to seeing him throw it.
1-1 to Smolinski, who homered in the 3rd. Drives one right field. Thompson on the move near the line, and long strides for Trace Thompson, and he hauls it in. So 2 outs here in the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Gentry. Erasmo Ramirez gave up a hit in the 8th inning. Carlos Beltran with a single, so the no-hitter is gone for Ramirez.
Well, that's pretty good because he might have pitched a no-hitter, a shutout, and still got beat.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Because the Rays don't score a lot of runs, unfortunately.
Strike called to Gentry to even up the count at 1-1. Yankees 3.5 back in the east of the Blue Jays. The Yankees are the #1 wild card. Breaking ball and a good one. So Danks pumping strikes in there now. Change up, but it's outside. 2-2 the count.
Almost throws out like a hard screwball.
Yeah, it almost looks like he tries to turn it over a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, while the changeup velocity-wise is good, but then to turn it over that much and get that much sink, and it's almost like getting a guy to chase the hard changeup.
And there it is, and it's another strikeout. Couple of strikeouts, part of a 3-up, 3-down inning for John Danks. He's got 5 Ks on the night. 7-2 White Sox. run, and it was in a ballpark that he went to as a kid. Got the silent treatment just for a little bit, though. Last player to get a home run on their first hit was Stephen Vogt versus the Cardinals at the Coliseum. That was in June of 2013. In Oakland history, players to homer for their first major league hit. Joe Keel, Vida Blue, Vida could hit. Steinbach, Fox, Abbott, Wilson, Donaldson, and Vogt. That's right, Donaldson did it in Toronto.
Yeah, yes, he did. Terry Steinbach did it in Cleveland, 1986. Remember that one? Yeah. I always thought more impressive about Terry Steinbach, he threw out a base runner. He was a third base, became a catcher. Sonny Gray trying to figure it out. Still on the bench. Forget about ice.
Yeah.
Like this. The Coliseum. Stephen Vogt. Adam Rosales, Nate Fryman saying, oh, I better put my hands up. Of course, when Nate extended his arms, they went over the dugout.
He banged his knuckles against the top of the dugout. Check out the silent treatment.
See if you recognize anybody on that bench.
Chris Young, Seth Smith, Cespedes, Donaldson. Olds fouls it back.
We're glad Steven's still here.
Yeah. One and two to Olt. Walk and a fly ball to left field. And a high fastball, swing and a miss. Third strikeout for Rodriguez. Stephen Vogt slowly getting better. Still really, I mean, I don't think anybody can really give you any kind of timetable on Stephen Vogt. I mean, he's still really not moving all that well.
He did say in Arlington over the weekend, he got on the treadmill for the first time and did kind of a walk and maybe a little bit of running, just to kind of the pounding to see how it would affect him. And really, there's no reason to hurry, no reason for anybody to hurry to get him back. And
he was nominated today for the Roberto Clemente Award, which is a very prestigious award. Each team has one nominee. And I would say he fits it pretty well.
That's right. Whether it's an NBA referee or a baseball player.
He can do it all.
A good guy, and I just think, and of course he gives his wife Alyssa a lot of credit, and she convinced him to not give up baseball when he wanted to make a couple of calls and say I'm done, and she said nope, keep playing. And for him to be an all-star this year says a lot about his family, especially his wife Alyssa, and of course dad and mom, and all supported him to the point that he did continue to play. We saw the home run, his first hit, and what he's done this season. And that's why there's no reason to hurry back, considering it's been like a magnet, it seems, that baseball is hitting him this year.
Valencia has it. Quick throw to first to get Micah Johnson. So 2 away, and how about the job Fernando Rodriguez is doing? He's retired all 5 hitters that he has faced so far. And now he'll face the 9th place hitter Tyler Flowers. That Rays Yankees game, we talked about the fact that the no-hitter is gone. It's still 0-0, bottom of the 8th inning. Astros have taken a 2-1 lead over the Rangers in the top of the 6th. Kazmir Hamels. Also read today where Carlos Gomez is not in the lineup tonight, and they don't know that he's going to play at all in that series. He has the intercostal strain. One of those injuries that has popped up in the last 7 or 8 years. Intercostal strain.
Better known as a side issue.
Yeah, it's your side. That's exactly right. But Gomez not playing tonight. May not play in the next couple nights. That series going on in Arlington.
And that's really got to affect him because he likes to play. He likes to be out there. And
that would be a series you'd want to play.
Yeah.
I was reading today that there's been 2 Major League Baseball teams in Houston, or in the state of Texas, for 44 years. And they've always been in different leagues, and now they're in the same league. 3rd year that they've been in the same league and the same division. So it's a big deal.
Sure.
I mean, it's a huge series no matter what, but the fact that they're in the same state and in the same division and fighting for first place.
And I would think that the series in Arlington, Texas against the Rangers, and then when the Astros go home to Houston, which the A's will be there, they're going to play some huge crowds all week.
I would think so. So unfortunately, the A's are not involved in the division race, but it is a good race with the Angels still in it as well. Dan Otero getting ready out in the A's bullpen, which is in right center field. The 3-2 pitch is way outside, and Flowers walks. So that's 5 walks now for A's pitchers.
Now, Fernando wanted to try to get out of this inning clean, strike out, a ground ball out, and got to 3-2 after falling behind 3-0 to Flowers and ended up walking him.
Walks an issue yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
Was it
right.
8?
Yep.
8 walks issued by A's pitchers. Here's Adam Eaton. 4th at bat in 5 innings. He's 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 4th. That's a strike. Twins leading 7-0 over the Tigers. Year to forget for the Tigers. Twins trying to pick up their 75th win of the year. Eaton fouls it off the facing of the upper deck, bounces back down. The crowd tonight just a little over 12,000. White Sox averaging a little over 23,000 per game. Well, we will not see real big crowds in this series. And Eaton goes around, says Joe West again. And Eaton slams the bat down. Joe West thinks it's funny, and that'll do it for the White Sox.
And I mean everyone in your suite will receive an A's replica pullover, and that is a great deal. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/pullover. Marco, in charge of suite services again. I'm sure he'd love to hear you call and take advantage of that great opportunity to watch the A's and the Rangers at the Coliseum. Only 6 more home games remaining, 3 against the Rangers, starting next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the Giants in for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Those fans probably already have their season tickets for next year.
Yeah, they're way ahead of the schedule.
Ready to go.
So 7-2. It's the top of the 6th inning. John Danks has retired 5 in a row. And he faces Simeon, Canna, and Laurie. Simeon skies one towards center. Eaton now has to hustle in, still coming in, and he makes the catch. So that's out number 1. Little disagreement at the end of the last half inning. This Eaton was not happy, and that
probably was a swing.
Probably a swing. And Joe West calls it, and Eaton, yeah. And they argued for a while, and then Robin Ventura came out and talked to Joe West.
Did Joe sing?
Joe did not sing. He laughed a little bit, and that was the end of the story.
Is Joe the country singer?
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Have you heard him sing?
No, I have not, and I don't have any desire to hear him sing. That just doesn't sound like it would be that much fun, Ray.
I kind of agree with you. Joe's a personable young man, though. He's going into the umpire room.
Mark Canna and Joe West. Yeah. This is and we're if we could, we would warn Mark Canna. Yeah. Because Mark is pretty slow, but he's been that way since day one, and no umpires really said anything to him. No. Not that we know of. But so, Joe West is the umpire that will say something to him.
Look at it. Trying to pronounce his last name. Canal.
So Canna on 4 pitches walks. So that's the 3rd walk for John Danks. He's thrown 76 pitches. He really has been in control. He's given up a couple of solo home runs, Smolinski and Laurie.
Pretty good pitcher at number 19 on the right sleeve of the White Sox, Billy Pierce.
Billy Pierce, that's right.
Minnie Minoso, number 9, both passing away this year. Longtime White Sox players back in the Go-Go Sox. Of course, Minnie Minoso played every year. But 19, Billy Pierce, the lefty, and Minnie Minoso, number 9. There's Billy Pierce's number, and well, they were the Go-Go Sox, and they could play.
Got to the World Series, but lost to the Dodgers.
But Laurie knows how to hit in a windy city and get the ball up in the wind and let it take it. And he got it up and just made sure it stayed fair. Cabrera jumping for what, I don't know. There's Laurie. Not many against lefties this year, but that one was a big one because he got it up the jet stream. Was it Minnie Minoso played in 6 decades?
Well, I don't know.
It seemed like he'd only play one day.
Didn't he get a hit when he was 50?
Yeah, but it seemed like the White Sox would allow him each new decade to bring him back, put on a uniform, activate him, and he'd get a hit or play. Orestes Minnie Minoso. I remember seeing some highlights of him at the Fan Fest, and he would show up in this great suit, look dapper. And then you'd see the players of today and say, well, that picture doesn't look right. But Minnie was always the dapper one.
Good for him.
Yeah. Moose Skowron, also a longtime Yankees. Yeah, the M&M boys. Moose, Mickey, and Maris. And he was working with the White Sox.
It's good history of the White Sox, even though they have not necessarily won a great deal. But listen, if you've been around for as long as the White Sox have, you're going to have great history. Eaton hustles back, and a well-hit ball by Laurie. into the glove of the center fielder Eaton for out number 2.
As we were walking in today from the bus way down the left field line, Jim Thome.
Yeah, I saw Big Jim.
Big Jim, of course, over 600 home runs. Pretty good chance of going to Cooperstown. There's the statue of Manny Minoso, number 9. Very, very popular player for many years, and stayed on as the kind of the ambassador of the White Sox.
Big Jim.
Yeah, Thome works for the White Sox. Grew up in the Chicago area. Saw him down in spring training when White Sox came over, I think it was last year, into Phoenix. They erect a statue in Cleveland? Seemed like for Thome, for Jim Thome. They were going to do that before he signed with the Phillies. And then he signed with the Phillies and he still did it. Yeah. But he was such a big player here. I remember what the one game playoff, he had a home run, solo home run to straightaway center field.
That's right.
Only run of the game against the Twins. Konerko, that's right.
Just retired.
Oh, Konerko.
Ollie. That's a good one.
Well, this is the 10-year anniversary of the White Sox winning it all in 2005.
Quite a team.
Oh, man. Jeff Blum, who we see with the Houston Astros doing TV with Alan Ashby. 17 to 2005. Quite a drought. And Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Bulls, of course, many championships.
Tap to second, and it's picked up by Johnson. He stretched out, kept his foot on the bag when he fielded the ground ball. And Cannon was out, and that's the third out.
Well, Bob Melvin's going to take a look at it to see.
But it looked very close.
Yeah. And
Johnson could have had an easier out, actually, by throwing it to first. It wouldn't have been as close, but the play was very close. But I don't think they're going to look at it. So kind of a strange way to end the inning. But Johnson takes care of the out. It's 7-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Turning from AAA, but then the floodgates open as Jose Abreu, a 2-run shot on a breaking ball. Same for Trayce Thompson, a 2-run shot on hanging breaking ball. Sonny Gray just was not breaking them sharply, and then the big man was jammed to drive in 2 more, so 4 runs batted in for Abreu. And when you're that strong, hit them in the seats and also get jammed to get singles, that works. Find out what's possible with AT&T. You can call 1-800-PIC-AGT, mobilizing your world.
So Dan Otero comes in, takes over for Rodriguez, who did a terrific job. Rodriguez went 2 innings. So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. So Dan Otero would love to finish strong. Nice play. Simeon throws, and they got Ramirez. So 1 out. So Fernando Rodriguez, 4 strikeouts in 2 innings, right?
I remember he came in first and third, nobody out, and Sonny Gray had given up 7 already. Got a couple of strikeouts, and he ended up getting 4 in his 2 innings, and some big ones. That last one, Eaton striking out, didn't make Eaton too happy, but for Fernando, got a pop up to left field by Cabrera, and then struck out Garcia and Thompson to end the threat when the White Sox had scored 3 off Sonny Gray.
Big night for Abreu. He's got 4 RBIs. He hit a 2-run homer in the 3rd and had a 2-run single in the 4th. So he now has 90 RBIs and 28 home runs.
Sophomore jinx is not working for him.
No, that's not happening. Otero can't get it. Simeon picks it up with his bare hand, but could not get a throw off. So Abreu's got a hit. And he's 3 for 4.
That's a runaway train you don't want to get in front of.
It's a tight end right there.
Big. He smelled a base hit. A sinker off the bat past Otero, and near collision is coming in to field it with Simeon. No chance, and best thing to do is not throw it. Get it going. What?
Remember last year, Ray, he played a lot of last year. He had a bad ankle.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He was not running very well last year at all. He's not real fast anyways.
But they say is an extremely nice young man, and I think one of the keys is that he could very easily say, yeah, I'll just DH, but he wants to play first. And when Frank Thomas played first and then ultimately became a DH, and saw some numbers the other day, like 60% of his games were played as a DH. But there's the big hurt in Cooperstown. Very deserving.
You know, we mentioned Abreu and coming from Cuba and getting a very nice contract. Cespedes, of course, Puig. Those are probably off the top of my head, maybe the three biggest names, but also the most successful. And I wonder the success that those guys have had right away, how much that has helped this next level of Cuban players that are starting to come to the big leagues, get themselves big contracts. I got to believe that it's helped them a great deal. Cabrera hits into the double play. Side retired for the White Sox, and we're on to the 7th. 7-2 White Sox. tonight has been no different. He's got 5 strikeouts. He's walked 3. He's given up just 2 hits, and both those hits home runs.
And he does not waste any time.
No.
He gets the ball. He's ready to go. Get the signs from Tyler Flowers. And
well, he knows what he's going to throw, right? He'll throw a changeup.
That's right. There it is.
And Billy Butler's frustrated, but we've seen 4 or 5 A's hitters.
That's right.
Just, I think they all just want to yell, throw a fastball.
Yeah. Well, that's still why Smolinski jumped on the first pitch, because it was a fastball, and you want to get those.
And there it is.
Wow.
He just threw another one, and Billy Butler strikes out, and that's out number 1 here in the 7th inning. Let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching probables, brought to you by Chevron. An old friend, Jeff Samardzija, will take the hill against the Athletics, and he will be opposed by the youngster Aaron Brooks. Where Samardzija came to the A's at the trade deadline, actually before the trade deadline last year. It was right around 4th of July. May have been 4th of July. And then in the offseason, the A's traded him to the White Sox, and he has not pitched as well this year as the White Sox have hoped. And he will be a free agent at the end of this season, so interesting to see what happens with Jeff Samardzija. He likes it in Chicago.
Yes, he does. He played for the Cubs, went to Notre Dame, and Ed Farmio get together and enjoy life.
That one is hit to right, and that baby's gone. Reddick with a home run, 7-3. Number 17 for Reddick. Had a good sound to it.
He almost hit one his last at bat, but caught by the right fielder. I think the ball's carrying so well here, it's just jumping off the bats. Nice, easy swing on a fastball elevated by Danks. Sounded great. And ended up over the seats. You know, for the A's, it's amazing to get just the 3 hits and 3 home runs. And for John Danks, he's living the life. He's walked a few batters, but not getting the hits after that.
So Fegley pops out. So that's 2 outs here in the 7th inning. The breakdown, lefties versus righties. And we always want to point out that the numbers versus the lefties overall just 227, but the last 2 months it's been significantly better. He really struggled early against lefties, but whether he made an adjustment or just maybe luck started to turn his way a little bit, he's been much better against southpaws. Roll foul on count 1-1 to Smolinski. See, Danks tries to come inside. And I'm sure he's thinking, then go back outside.
Change up away.
Get back in there again, 90 miles an hour.
Adding a little frustration to his pitches. He's approaching the end of his night, and 7 innings, 100 pitches.
Shot this one past the dugout into that camera well. It looks like maybe the grounds crew is settled in down there. Look at that youngster. What a great face. Ramirez has it. Shows off a good strong arm. Side retired. A's get another run on a solo home run. This time it's Josh Reddick, his 17th home run of the year. 7th inning stretch from Chicago. White Sox 7, A's 3. in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Tonight's fan photo is from Sue Brew. We appreciate that. Looks like it could be a luxury suite. I'm going to wear the small plastic helmet to the game.
I figured if John Danks can do it, I can too.
But son, it doesn't fit. I don't care. I'm wearing it anyway. 7-3. It's the bottom of the 7th inning. Tough night for Avisail Garcia. He has struck out 3 times, and as it usually happens, it's 0-2. He probably feels like it was 0-2 when he walked out of the dugout.
Let's see. Tonight it's been 0-2 strikeout, 1-2 strikeout, 0-2 strikeout, 0-2 right now, just like you said. See if he can strike him out for the 4th time. Not got something high. Delay of game. Freezing.
Got a fastball that time from Dan Otero, who is into his 2nd inning of work. Otero gave up a hit in the 6th, but then he got a double play to end it.
Matt Albert is the big right-hander throwing for the White Sox. It looks like John Danks, right near the 100-pitch mark, is finished after the 7th.
And a good sinking fastball, and Garcia strikes out for the 4th time, all 4 times swinging.
Remember, he struck out in front of Trace Thompson's 2-run home run. That was the Sonny Gray strikeout. Look at that sinker. That's nasty. Down and in, and no chance to hit that one. That's what Dan Otero wants all the time. That type of movement, that type of sinker, and that was a good one. So he got a double play ground ball last inning against Cabrera hitting.
Trace Thompson takes low. So down in Arlington, that game is now tied 3-3 between the Astros and the Rangers, going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Houston had a 2-1 lead, but Mitch Moreland hit a 2-run homer.
Oh, wow.
That made it 3-2, and then Toby Rasmus had an RBI single in the top of the 7th to tie it at 3. So good ball game going on, bottom of the 7th. Broken bat, Valencia in front of Semien, but then he can't get it, and Semien scoops it up, and he throws out Thompson. And the bat went into the stands. Let's hope everybody's okay. Got to be a tough play for the shortstop.
Yes, yes.
Valencia reached down, just could not quite get it.
Cutting in front, and yes, to be able to concentrate after the third baseman misses the ball. That was a very good play by Marcus Semien. I'm sure every time he makes a good play here in Chicago, he's going to be very happy, as we are, when he makes those plays. And coming back to the place that originally signed him. I said something about tonight. I said, hey, Marcus, you're back home. He says, my home now is in Oakland.
Yep.
I'm in Oakland A.
He's home.
Yep.
He's home twice now.
I mean, they didn't have a parade for those guys down Michigan Avenue today. I mean, that's welcoming back. You know?
Maybe they just walk down Michigan, which is a pretty good walk.
That's right.
Angels and the Mariners underway. No score. Bottom of the 1st in Seattle. Mike Olt has walked, hit a fly ball on the left, and he has struck out. Otero falls down for tonight.
Yeah, that's what he wants to have, the consistency of getting the sinker down, the slider down, everything down. You can see the breeze blowing the uniform. That's how hard the wind is blowing here.
And a good pitch, sinking down and in, and Olt strikes out. So that's a 3-up, 3-down inning with 2 strikeouts for Dan Otero. 8th inning coming up. White Sox 7, A's 3.
Fans commemorate the A's 2015 season with your own team photo presented by YP.com on Tuesday, September the 22nd at the A's against the Texas Rangers game. 10,000 fans will go home with the 2015 team photo, a perfect souvenir for collecting autographs from your favorite A's players. For information and tickets, head to athletics.com/tickets. I used to collect photos of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Did you?
The pennants and the team photos. And
I wish you still had them.
oh, I do too, man. Stan Musial, Jimmy Boyer, Bob Gibson. Man.
I wish you still
Oh, I used to put them up in my bedroom. Just dream of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Matt Albert's doing a nice job.
Became a Cleveland Indian
Yeah,
instead.
that's true. And then an Oakland A.
Yeah, Albers has been around several different clubs, but
Pitching great for them.
he is good White Sox pitcher.
So 1-1 as Sam Fuld hits for Gentry. So Danks, 7 good innings tonight. And we're just not surprised. Fuld belts one to left center. Eaton on the move, and he gets there to make the catch. So 1 out here in the 8th inning. So for Danks, 3 solo home runs. That's it. It's the only hits he allowed. Through 99 pitches.
3's a while. 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. But 99 pitches, 33 times 3. Yeah, he is. Between he and Kobe Lewis, the A's might never win. If those two pitchers pitched on a regular basis against the A's on this trip they have. And Kobe Lewis, we know what he did on Friday, and John Danks tonight.
0-1 to Marcus Semien. A line out, a walk, and a fly ball to center. Big win tonight for the Yankees, right? It was a 0-0 game. Yankees Rays. And in the bottom of the 8th, the Rays scored a run to make it 1-0. The Yankees came back in the top of the 9th. They got an RBI double by A-Rod that tied it, and then Slade Heathcote, a rookie, hit a pinch hit 3-run homer. And the final score was the Yankees 4 and the Rays 1. So that is a huge pennant race win. It was
Who?
Slade Coat. No, Slade Heathcote. Just saying.
Where'd he come from, Jeff?
AAA.
Oh, those September call-ups, huh?
Yeah, he just hit a 3-run homer, and the Rays did not score in the bottom of the 9th, so the Yankees 4 and the Rays 1.
You know what he just got as a full share?
Yeah, maybe. Big hit for A-Rod. 2-2 pitch to Marcus Semien. Strike 3 called. 2 outs here in the 8th. So 7 strikeouts for White Sox pitchers tonight.
Well, two-seam fastball outside corner, brought it back perfectly to the outside corner.
So Canna steps in. Smolinski, Laurie, and Reddick solo home runs, and that's the hits for the A's. First pitch from Albers a bit outside. The Astros Rangers game still tied 3-3. It's now in the top of the 8th in Arlington. Canna tonight is 0 for 2. He walked in the 6th. Slider low. So 2-1 the count. Pat Venditti's up for the A's. Right now, warming up right hand. Nasty pitch by Albers.
We know Stephen Vogt is not going to be catching much. So Casey Chavez sitting on the back bench. Good sinker there. It means Carson Blair is warming up Venditti. Casey taking a few. He warmed up so many pitchers in Texas.
Yeah.
Two-seamer.
And that is right on the outside corner, strike 3 called. So a very impressive inning for Albers. A couple of strikeouts, both looking. Bottom of the 8th coming up from Chicago. White Sox 7, A's 3.
Of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
That game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 3-3-0 for the Athletics, 7-9-0 for the White Sox. Sonny Gray, shortest start of his career. 3+ innings and 7 earned runs. So a start to forget for Sonny Gray. 3 solo home runs for the A's. John Danks, who has always been tough on the Athletics, same thing tonight. Goes 7 innings and 4 RBIs for Jose Abreu. So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. Pat Venditti comes in. He'll face Johnson, Flowers, and Eaton. There's a ball loose out in left field down the left field line. So Smolinski grabs it. Micah Johnson has walked twice and grounded out and scored a run. Sam Full pinch hit, stays in the game to play center field. First pitch to Johnson in for a strike. 2 good innings from Dan Otero. Gives up a hit, no runs, no walks, and a couple of strikeouts. A slider and a good one, and it's 0-2. That's their closer, David Robertson. Fegley sets up outside, and Venditti hits the target, but Johnson spoils it, fouls it to the screen.
Look at the glove of Pat Venditti. We've talked about the fact that he throws with both arms, but that glove, it's like a loaf of bread, you know, just rolls up, folds up. And
I never thought of that, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's not like your glove that you can fan or whatever, but when you have 2 thumbs, they just kind of wrap together, you know. Put the wrapping around it.
Good pitch right on the inside corner. Strike 3 call. Johnson shaking his head, but That looked like it was right there.
And you know, Kai, the fastball we saw in Arizona with Venditti, the more he throws, you know, the scouting report on him is slider, 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 right-handed, left-handed. But then he sticks a fastball. He just did. And now he flips the glove around to throw right-handed to Tyler Flowers. And back left-handed to Eaton.
A's pitchers tonight, 11 strikeouts. And that one on the outside corner for a strike to Tyler Flowers.
Flip it.
Do it. Nice and simple. Just like a loaf of bread.
See, I was thinking of Joe West when I said loaf of bread. You know, Jerry Meals, Joe West, guys. Yeah, Mark Canha's a connoisseur of food. He likes all the goodies.
Venditti out in front 0-2. A's will have Laurie, Valencia, and Butler in the top of the 9th inning. And that one's driven toward right center, and nobody's going to get it. Reddick backhands it. Flowers is going to try for 2. The throw is just a little bit offline, and Flowers with a hustling double. Tyler Flowers, a single, a double, and a walk tonight.
He likes the off-speed pitches. That's a fastball, but not thrown very hard from Venditti. And Josh Reddick has gotten to it. Had to take a few steps to stop before he threw. A little bit offline. Tyler Flowers, for a big catcher, runs pretty well.
So 11th double of the year for Flowers. And Eaton takes a slider for a strike. And Eaton is 1 for 4. Singled and scored in the 4th. He has struck out a couple of times. Fouled off of Fegley. So 0-2 the count. Lexi Ramirez will be next. Swing and a miss. That's a good slider there, especially if you're ahead in the count.
To chase it. That's right. Chase the slider. That's what he tries to do, is where Fegley is set up, and almost that time he threw at the hitter and then ended up outside, but the fact that it broke as sharply as it did got it away from the left-hander.
So 2 away. Ramirez hits for the 5th time. He's 1 for 3 with a single, a walk, an RBI, and a run scored. Fastball. And Diddy got under a little bit.
Wasn't as close as Ramirez thought, because he didn't know on the 3-0 count, ball 4, and he stayed at home plate. So really was on the corner and just up high, and that's the reason he jumped back the way he did.
Pop up. Should reach the seats. And it does. 2-1 to Alexi Ramirez. Blue Jays had the night off tonight. We told you about that Yankees score. Blue Jays will have an interleague series in Atlanta starting tomorrow night. 3-game set. So the Yankees pick up a half a game. They're 3 back.
Josh Donaldson should be happy. He was down there last year near his home. He had a lot of family and friends coming into Atlanta when the A's played the Braves.
Closest he's going to get, right?
That's it. Yeah.
3-1 pitch up and away, ball 4. You know it's getting windy when you got like food wrappers blowing across the infield. He's out in the outfield. And the flags are whipping pretty good now. Although that's way up above the stadium.
Well, I think Venditti just wanted to say, I want to face the big guy. Just see what Cabrera can do. He's got the switch hitting Cabrera in the on-deck circle. Abreu, always a tough at bat.
And today, a little more tough. 3 for 4, 2 singles, a homer, and 4 RBIs. Slider spins on the inside corner for a strike. 1-1 the count.
Well, that other player from Cuba, what did he do in New York tonight? Guy named Cespedes?
Well, we're being told that he hit one into the second deck at Citi Field.
And it wasn't a home run derby. It was just a regular season game.
Left field in the ballpark. Smolinski, a couple of feet in front of the warning track, grabs it. Side retired. Couple of runners stranded, and we're going to the 9th. The A's have work to do. Trail by 4. Abreu has had a big night, 3 for 5. It started with a 2-run homer in the 3rd, and he had a 2-run single in the 4th, another single in the 6th. So the big fella, he's good. And he now has 90 RBIs on the year, and even showing a little bit of speed, enough to get himself infield win. So 3 hits, 4 RBIs for second-year man, Jose Abreu. The cornerstone for the White Sox, no doubt about that.
He almost hit one out to left field in his last at bat.
So when it's time for change, right? Yeah. Speedy oil change and tune-up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So the closer comes in, David Robertson, signed that big contract to come to Chicago. 4-year, $46 million deal. And he's got 29 saves, lots of strikeouts, 73 strikeouts in 55 innings. So tough to hit all around. David Robertson.
I think they would like to have been able to use him a lot more, and they probably did, and they wanted to. This is a non-save situation, trying to get a win, trying to get some work. He's good.
First pitch is hit foul by Laurie. Lori's got a home run, hit it down the left field line. That home run was in the 4th inning, and it was his 16th of the year. How about that?
Yeah.
1 out away from a no-hitter. Fastball inside.
Well,
Robertson, Ray, he was a guy, he doesn't throw exceptionally hard, but he always struck out a lot of guys. He's doing it again this year.
he was, let's see, he worked in the same bullpen with a guy named Mariano Rivera. Yep. And guess what pitch he learned to throw? The cutter.
Shallow right field. Diving attempt, and Thompson may be hurt.
Oh.
And Lori's going to end up at second base. Thompson dove for that. His glove came off, and he looks like he's in a lot of pain. So, boy, it's always scary when you see the dive and then the glove comes off.
Well, he had it. He had it in his glove, and when he hit the ground, right there, the wrist rolled underneath, and then on his body, on top of it, and great effort. He had it, but just could not hang on, and not surprising, could not hang on to his glove. And oh man, that's not good to see. That it's just almost impossible not to have the wrist do that and kind of roll under.
So he's going to come out.
Let's hope it's just a sprain. Let's hope it looked worse than it actually turned out.
And that's J.B. Shuck, who will take over in right field. Well, you don't like to see anybody get hurt in this. Let's hope Trace Thompson's okay. He's holding that left arm.
Herb Schneider, longtime trainer for the White Sox. He's been around forever. Seen a lot of players. He's hopeful that his right fielder is going to be all right.
So Shuck loosens up just a little bit. Lori has a double. So that consecutive batter retired streak is over at 26 for David Robertson. Let's see if the A's can get a bunch of base runners. So that'll bring up Valencia. Valencia is 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch is a fastball, first strike, and there you saw that little cut fastball. So he did what every other Yankee reliever should have been doing, right? Listening to Mariano.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why Joe Girardi, their manager, said, I don't want Mariano to be an all-star because he's going to teach everybody to cut. And that's what Mariano, he's such a great guy. He would get guys in the bullpen. Of course, his own, where Robertson was. Actually took over when Mo retired.
So the count 0-2 to Valencia with Butler to follow. And a nasty pitch there, but it goes away from Flowers. It rolls all the way to the backstop, and Valencia is going to be aboard. So the ball was in the dirt, and it took a big hop. So it's first and third, and nobody out. It'll be a strikeout credited to Robertson, but no out.
Definitely a wild pitch, and because it was a double for Lori, he was able to get to second with first base unoccupied on this strikeout. And a wild pitch allowed Valencia to go to first, and Lori, top of your screen, going to third.
So Butler hits. So an opportunity for the A's. They're down by 4. Quiet night for Butler with a couple of strikeouts and a double play. First pitch is hit down the right field line, and it's fouled. Butler has 3 at-bats against David Robertson in his career. He's 1 for 3 with a double. Swing and a miss. So now it's 0-2.
This is not the curve, more the cutter, more of a curveball, and not over the top, still off speed. Butler's seeing a lot of off-speed pitches tonight, especially from Danks, the starter. A couple of strikeouts on changeups.
It's blocked by Flowers. So Danks for 7. Albers pitched the 8th, and now Robertson here in the 9th. In a non-save situation. Outfield shifted toward right center a little bit for Butler. Side, and it's 2-2. Josh Reddick would be next. Reddick's got a home run tonight.
Just bring the tying run on the plate. Never know what can happen. Somehow get guys to the plate. Just keep it going. That's one thing the A's have done all season. Doesn't matter how far they've been down. They've made it interesting at the end.
Jam shot right up over the A's dugout. A's with just 4 hits in the game, 10 hits for the White Sox. There has not been an error made. And roll toward Ron Washington, who shuffles his feet, makes a nice play. So the count remains 2-2. They're making Robertson work here tonight.
But it'd be great if Billy Butler could stay back and take one of those breaking pitches to right center and not roll over, because if he does hit the ball on the ground, it's going to be hard to avoid a double play, and that's what the White Sox are playing back looking for.
And he got him swinging on a pitch in the dirt. So Butler cannot put the ball in play, and he strikes out for the 3rd time tonight.
He and Garcia have had a tough night. For Billy, 3 strikeouts and a double play. And just could not stay back long enough on the breaking ball. Pitches out of the strike zone.
So 1 away, and here's Reddick. He just need to get one more base runner to allow them to at least get the tying run to the plate. Bounce towards second. Shuffle towards second, and they're going to call interference.
Interference again?
Interference.
Wow.
So Reddick is going to be aboard, and the bases are going to be loaded.
It's 3rd time, Kay. That's the 3rd time this year that's happened. And, you know, Reddick, the way he swings, and, man, it's amazing. Watch. Flowers puts his glove up, and Reddick kind of waits and is delayed in swing. It's not like he goes after it, and Reddick immediately pointed to Flowers, and Joe West immediately pointed to Flowers and said, hold on, and the hitter feels it with the catcher's mitt. So once again,
you know what's strange about that, Ray, is I mean, it's happened to Reddick now 3 times. Yeah. So there has to be something to that, but it doesn't look like his swing is any different than anybody else's.
It technically goes down. Yeah, a lot of guys will go forward with the swing. He kind of swings down, and the catcher's
toward the glove.
Exactly. And by staying back the way he does and swinging down, that's when the catcher puts the glove up. But it's amazing, as guys stride, usually they go through But he just, the way he swings, it just kind of the uppercut, which forces him to start high and go down.
So Coco Crisp is going to hit for Fegley. And the bases are loaded with only one out. First pitch to Coco is outside. Coco's been maybe not what he wants to do, but he's been good at this pinch hitting thing. He's 4 for 7 with a double and 2 RBIs. Trying to come through here. Missed again, and now it's 2-0.
Well, Robertson, the first 2 pitches outside, he's trying to avoid a pitch on the inner part of the plate for a grand slam. He's trying to force Coco to hit the ball in the opposite field by staying away from it.
And that one in there for a strike. That was the cut fastball at 93 miles an hour.
And the cutter pretty much down the middle, and Coco did not pull the trigger, and you have to think about Mariano Rivera. And actually, Robertson probably throws a little bit harder, although Rivera was low to mid-90s with the cutter.
And that one at the knees. Coco thought it was low, 2-2.
Well, this time really backdoor cut fastball.
May have been a touch low. Setting up inside, and Coco checked his swing. Listen, once Joe West hesitates and doesn't call it,
that's good news.
And then I mean, they're not going to rule it a swing, and it was not a swing.
And by the way, that shot, which was a good one, Flowers is another foot behind the hitter. He's going to make sure he's back far enough and no possibility of catcher's interference.
Smolinski is the on-deck hitter. 3-2 to Coco, and it's low, and Robertson has walked in a run, and it's 7-4.
Don Cooper going to the mound, the pitching coach, and saying, no, big boy, this is not a safe situation, but need some work.
Well, and how about this inning, too? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
In fairness to Robertson a little bit, although he does not look sharp, but you got a strikeout, but a wild pitch, and you get a catcher's interference, E2.
And if Thompson's able to hang on to the ball that Laurie hit,
that's true.
First out of the inning. Which takes us back to Anaheim yesterday with Featherston makes a diving catch. Ball gets caught in his webbing.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. So a lot of things could happen in an inning. And the A's have made it a game and looking for a big hit right now.
So Smolinski against Robertson, 7-4. Valencia at third, Reddick at second, Coco at first. Strike on the outside corner.
Well, this is what Jake did against John Danks. Smolinski with a home run, his 4th of the season, and what a great shot it would be to have his second multi-home run game of the season.
Fastball swing and miss.
Well, the high cutter. And you have to remember that game on July the 19th when he homered off Tommy Malone, then stayed in game later and hit it off Trevor May, the righty. So he hit one against the lefty and the righty, trying to do the same thing at least tonight. Whether it's a home run or not, at least something to keep the inning going. But as he told us after the game there, it doesn't really matter. Lefties or righties, he feels comfortable and gets the opportunity against one of the best closers in baseball.
2 pitch, got him swinging 94 miles an hour, and it was that cutter. You can see it just moving away a little bit from Smolinski, so a huge strikeout for Robertson.
Well, it did take off, and right at the end, you see the rotation of the baseball and the cutter.
So now it's up to Sam Fuld. First pitch to Fuld is just a touch inside. No, didn't miss by much.
I don't know what's wrong with this pitch. Granted, we have a little bit of an angle from within the mark.
That was a pretty good pitch. Wow. Same pitch. This time it's called a strike. 1-1 count.
Exactly the same pitch.
Up and away, 2-1. Nothing else, Ray. You're making the White Sox closer work awfully hard in game 1 of the series. 26 pitches thrown.
How about this scenario? Sam Fuld gets on, and Marcus Semien, the former White Sox,
that's right,
comes through big time.
I like your thought. And Sam Fuld does come through, base hit right field. 1 run scores. Here comes Reddick. He will score. Coco to third, 7-6. So big hit, Sam Fuld.
Well, got the hard hit past Abreu at first base, and when a cutter's thrown, as that one was, comes into the left-hander, went away from Smolinski inside to Sam Fuld and hammers it to right field, so 2 able to score easily.
So 3 runs in, and now a chance to tie it. 8th man to bat in the inning. And it's Marcus Semien, the former White Sox. First pitch to the backstop. Here comes Coco, and this game is tied.
Wow. A high cutter that just took off on Tyler Flowers. And he's going to get a pass ball. That's a tough call, but regardless, the A's score the run. Watch this ball that Tyler Flowers is down. It stays up, and he just could not get his glove up quickly enough. And fortunately, it hit high up on the screen and deadened the ball instead of bouncing back hard to Flowers. Almost hit Joe West, missed him too. And
so the A's have scored 4. Now a chance to take the lead. A 1-0 pitch to Marcus, and that one squirts off the glove. It almost hit Semien, and then it almost hit his bat.
Man, that came close to hitting him in the head. Cutter just did not break and stayed inside, and you're right. Semien got his bat down quickly enough. Flowers kept the ball from going past him. Fuld is already in scoring position, but that could have advanced into third, where another pass ball wild pitch could have scored him.
2-0 pitch, good swing. You got a cutter out over the plate, and he fouled it straight back.
Hey, Boos is in the dugout. That means rally time.
So action now out in the bullpen. Nate Jones starts to throw. 30 pitches for Robertson, and the A's have scored 4 times.
And they've done it without a home run in this inning after hitting 3 solo home runs for the first 3.
Runner goes, throw to third is not in time. Sam Fuld steals third. Pitch was a ball.
A gutsy call. A gutsy play. Right. And Sam Fuld, nobody was holding him. And really, the important thing here, there's been a passed ball. There's been a ball off of Flowers' glove, and that's why 90 feet is important. And you know, Marcus Semien could also tap a ball, has good speed, could be out an infield hit.
3-1 pitch, a line shot right at the center fielder and into the glove of Eaton. Side retired, but the A's score 4 times. They do it on just a couple of hits. And we're going to the bottom of the ninth. 7-7 A's White Sox.
Training, and you start the 2016 spring training trip right now, as home dates are for home games at Hohokam Park have been announced. Enjoy a first-class experience and get an early glimpse of next year's squad at the A's all-new spring training venue in Mesa, Arizona. For more information, visit athletics.com/spring today. And hey, this is kind of excitement you like right here.
That's right.
Ninth inning, you figure you're going to head in and have a good post-game meal, and all of a sudden, bottom of the ninth inning, score 4 runs, tie game, new battery. Carson Blair the catcher, Ryan Dull the pitcher, and here we have it, bottom of the ninth. And so Sonny Gray, a no decision.
No decision.
John Danks, a no decision. Sam Fold,
2-run single. Made it 7-6. Pass ball. Coco scored 7-7. So Ryan Dull comes in, 7th appearance. Yet to be scored on. So bottom of the ninth, he'll face Melky Cabrera, Avisel Garcia, and J.B. Shuck, who's now in the game for Thompson. First pitch to Cabrera, shows bunt, and it's called a strike. Cabrera is 2 for 4, single, a double, and a run score. Strike on the outside corner. .270 is the batting average for Cabrera. Outfield playing fairly deep, a little bit toward left center. Cabrera, not an easy guy to defend. He sprays the ball all over the ballpark. .51 one-run decisions. That's a lot. Fair ball. Canna has it. He'll take it himself, and Cabrera's out 1 away.
Figure the 1-run wins and walk-offs. Why is the record the way it is?
That's true. 67 and 74.
Mark Canna guarding the line, which you're going to see that late in the game, and thought that Dahl was going to be there. He was not, so he took it himself. And always try to take as many as you can by yourself without feeding to the pitcher, but Canna playing a little bit deep, thought he had to feed it.
So here's Garcia. Garcia has had a tough night. He has struck out 4 times all 4 times swinging. Slider, swing and a miss. The report on Trace Thompson, a left elbow sprain.
Yeah. And x-rays were negative, and they have the x-ray machine here that they could do the x-rays and saw that everything was okay day to day, and that's good news because that looked very serious.
So it was not his wrist, it was his elbow. In that game in Arlington, Ray, bottom of the 8th inning, Prince Fielder hit a 2-run homer. So they are now in the top of the 9th with the Rangers leading the Astros 5-3. Hit hard in the left field, a base hit. Smolinski gets over there. Garcia runs well for a big guy, but he's going to make the turn and stop at first. The winning run is aboard with 1 out.
Slider stayed a little bit too much in the middle of the plate, and though usually throws the slider well off the plate and sharply breaking, but the Valencia guarded the line, opened up a bigger hole between third and short. September call-ups, that means a lot of guys on the bench. You can pinch run for a guy who does run well, but
Lori Garcia, who's going to do the pinch running. So fast man now at first. For J.B. Shuck, 277. Remember, we saw J.B. Shuck with the Angels for a little while, a couple of years ago. Valencia playing even with the bag at third. Fastball outside from Dull to Shuck. Mike Olt is the on-deck hitter. Mariners leading the Angels 3-1. Game in the 3rd inning in Seattle.
To the game and a half lead. Astros over the Rangers starting play tonight.
Game and a half. Yep. Twins won 7-1. The Twins get the win and they stay right where they need to.
Standing back at his arm folded, Bobby Thicklin, pretty good closer. 57 saves. His arm, he couldn't do anything in the season.
To go out there in the night. 1-0 to Shuck. Garcia, decent lead. And there's a strike. Has a decent lead.
Picture in picture, that's pretty impressive right there. That's the lead of the runner off first base, and Doe trying to keep him close. Really the best, man. They've got it all working.
Post pitch, and now 2-1. So Dull has been very impressive in a short period of time. A terrific minor league season. Enough to get him to the big leagues in September. As usual, the home crowd always boos on the pickoff attempts.
Until the runner's picked off.
Missed again. Now it's 3-1.
There's one part of the strike zone that's been tough for Dolan. He's been outside corner to lefties. He's tried to guide the ball to the outside corner and keeps running off the plate. Of course, this part of the game you don't particularly want to go inside, take a chance of missing in, but that would allow him to complete and finish his delivery. Sometimes it's better to throw the slider back door so you do follow through and get the movement coming into the strike zone. Garcia didn't run so fast, they wouldn't throw over that much. So
he does not have a steal attempt, but he has not been in the big leagues a lot this year. And the pitch is high, and it's a walk, and there are 2 runners out. So 7th walk tonight. Kurt Young will visit. So the youngster who's been very impressive, Ryan Dahl, in some trouble here in the bottom of the 9th. Mike Olt is the hitter. So the infielders talking it over. So that's a final, Ray. The Rangers beat the Astros 5-3. So Texas now only a half game behind Houston, but surprised here, the attendance. 27,000.
Really?
Surprised by that.
They had 28,000 on Friday
I was thinking
on high school football. Easy. Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a surprise, but either way, Rangers win it.
Right now the A's looking for a ground ball to get 2. Does not run particularly fast. If they can get one hit at somebody. Valencia guarding the line. Huge hole between third and short because of that.
First pitch to Olt. Swing and a miss. Nasty pitch there.
You know, Cap, a lot of times you see starting an inning. Now, Valencia's going back to his normal position. This good breaking ball to the right-hander. See, able to finish it. But Valencia now off the line considerably more than where he was in the first pitch. You don't want to give up an extra base hit to lead off an inning, but you don't want to give up a base hit to your left, which potentially could be the go-ahead run.
Ball, and Olt swings through it, and now it's 0-2.
Good slider, good fastball, elevated fastball, and throws it kind of a violent delivery where he puts everything behind it. A distraction for a hitter. Go back to the fastball elevated or the slider again.
Slider, and Olt checks his swing, holds up. Garcia, the runner at second, Shuck at first. So lots of speed on the bases for the White Sox. That one's hit toward Valencia. He's got it. Fires to second for 1, and dropping the ball at second base is Laurie on the exchange. So the out is recorded. It's popped out of his glove as he was going for the exchange to throw to first.
Well, it looked like it could have been, but give the credit to the runner at first base, getting down quickly and getting on top of Laurie as he came across the bag, and Chuck went after him and dropped the ball. Did Laurie no possibility to complete it.
So now the runners are at first and third, and it's Micah Johnson, left-handed hitter. Couple of walks, a ground out, and a strikeout for Johnson. He has scored a run. That was in the 4th inning. Valencia not even with the bag. First pitch, drive outside corner.
Change-up kite. He stayed soft to the outside part of the plate. 86. Figured out a way to nail the outside corner, and that was a good way to start with a change-up.
Missed inside. Dull is the 5th pitcher of the night for the A's. Gray, Rodriguez, Otero, and Vendetti. And you know what? Rodriguez, Otero, and Vendetti deserve some credit here.
Great job.
They all pitched great. And what a block by Blair. Saved the game. Run at third.
Yeah, hard sinker down, and Blair put the glove down, and the ball came up. Fortunate came up. And that is a block. That's what you have to do, and he did it perfectly and got rid of his mask.
So 2-1 the count to Micah Johnson. And that one missed low. 3-1.
Let's get this ball take off, and Carson Blair had to reach for it as it did take off. That's always dangerous. You get the kind of movement on fastballs from pitchers.
So 3-1. Here's the pitch, and it's a little outside, I guess. Dull made a heck of a pitch.
I guess called low because it looked like it had the plate. Joe West wouldn't call it.
That's a strike.
Yes, it is.
So it will not be Tyler Flowers.
Yeah, I think maybe what Robin Ventura has seen in this inning. Shuck the lefty walked. Cabrera hit the ball, hitting left-handed, hit it to Ken at first, and now Johnson lefty walked. Shuck going in the second hard, kept the inning possibly going. I don't know if the A's would have turned a double play, but.
So Rob Brantley is the hitter. First pitch to Brantley. It's a changeup, and it was a beauty.
See, it did the same thing to previous batter Johnson, then started going hard, everything hard after that, but that's a good tumbler first pitch changeup, and he probably was looking fastball and got a swing and a miss on a pitch out of the strike zone.
Brantley is a catcher. And that one away, and the count is 1-1. Nowhere to put him. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. Quite a 9th inning. He scored 4 to tie it. That's a shot foul. So 1-2.
All right, that's one pitch inside. Kind of an automatic to pull a pitch foul like that, where it's about all Brantley could do. It's not throwing the backdoor slider. It's throwing a changeup outside the lefty. Trying to nail with a fastball. So he is ahead in the count. This is a big pitch. With the 1-2, it's up to Dahl what he wants to do.
And he got him with a changeup, and Dull gets out of the inning, and the White Sox leave the bases loaded. So we got extra innings from Chicago. It's the A's 7 and the White Sox 7.
A blue double to right field. Trace Thompson, a nice effort, could not get it. A double, and then Valencia with a wild pitch because the runner second. He to go to first, and then at catcher's interference, so that's an E2. Loads the bases. Coco Crisp walks with the bases loaded. How about then this big hit by Sam Ford, a 2-run single. Coco going to third base. One of the biggest plays of the game comes right now as a ball off the catcher's mitt. Flowers, tying run will score. Go ahead run at second base. Marcus Semien, a line drive, happened to be right to the center fielder. And that's why we are now A's only 5 hits with their 7 runs. They do have 3 solo home runs, but just 2 hits coming in the 9th inning. An unbelievable 9th inning in which the A's were able to tie it.
So Nate Jones comes in. 1-2 with a 3.68 ERA. He'll face Canna, Lori, and Valencia. And there's a line drive base hit left center field. Canna has a leadoff single here in the 10th inning. Hit number 6.
Fastball, center cut, swung on by Canna. He was not going to waste any time going right after.
There's the new catcher, Rob Brantley, who pinch hit for Flowers.
Had a chance to be the hero, but struck out with the bases loaded. Nice job by Ryan Dahl, who continues to impress. Did walk a couple of batters, but figured it out. Bob Melvin did confirm that he had been watching Ryan Dahl the last couple of months in the minor leagues, and very happy to get him up here in September. And what a job he has done.
97 miles an hour from Jones. So extra innings from Chicago. A's are 6-9 in extra inning games. White Sox are 12-3.
10 of those with the walk-offs. That's how you get a lot of wins. The A's saw that in 2012.
Now, getting back to that 9th inning, Ray, watching the different plays, but the catcher's interference.
Yeah.
That could have been a double play to end the game.
It's a great point. A great point.
There was 1 out.
Yep.
The runners were at first and third, and Reddick hit the ground ball.
That was after the Butler strikeout.
It was not a sure double play. I mean, Reddick runs well, but it was a possibility.
Yeah.
They would have got 1 out for sure.
That's a great point. And then the walk to Crisp with the pinch hit, and then another strikeout. Smolinski and for Sam Fuld came through with a big 2-run RBIs and 2-run single.
So 0-2 to Laurie. Laurie's 2 for 4, homer double, 2 runs scored. At the end of the bottom of the 9th inning, I would say at least 50% of the people that were in the stands listened to Hawk Harrelson when he said he gone, because it was a mass exodus.
Well, let's hope 30% of the 50% who left are coming back after going to the concessions. Figure 9 innings.
I don't think so.
I don't either. There are a few people coming back, but maybe these people were. Maybe they were in the parking lot and thought the White Sox had a good win. There's the Hawk.
He's not happy.
He is not happy. No, he's not happy. You know what he's thinking? Sonny Gray, one of the better pitchers in the American League. Our guys came up to 7 against him. And look at him. Mass exodus. You're right. Hawk's famous line. He gone. And they gone.
So it's really not a crowd now. It's more of a gathering.
It was really a gathering when it started. Family and friends only.
0-2. Here's the pitch. Slider. Hard slider from Jones.
You watch Jones' delivery where he lifts the right arm. You talk about a windup. He's got a long arm delivery, which they try to get quick to the plate when you're out of the stretch so runners can't steal, but he takes the arm straight up and then like that. It's a good pitch.
Laurie knew it. Slider. And Laurie strikes out. 1 out here in the 10th. This could not pull the trigger.
dust come out of it. Brantley's catcher's mitt, but pitch in the middle of the plate, little tumble action on it, not really a hard slider.
A lot of strikeouts tonight. A's hitters have struck out 12 times, and White Sox hitters have struck out 12 times.
And Valencia, one of the biggest strikeouts on the wild pitch.
That was a big one. In the ninth inning, he was the second hitter of the inning. Chops this one. Abreu leaps up, makes a nice play out at second. And that was a heck of a play. Not only the fielding it, but also making an accurate throw.
Had a chance to be over Abreu's head for first and third. Instead, it was almost a double play. Came off the bag, jumped up very high, timed his jump perfectly, and Ramirez probably wisely did not throw with a hard slide by Canna. That was an athletic play by Abreu. That's why he wants to play first.
Hanging in there.
Oh, he didn't get the memo for everybody to leave. Change your seat, man.
Wow, he's good up there. He's good up there. This is good luck seat.
Way up high in left center. He said, "There's nothing wrong."
He's a foul ball right now. Outside to Butler, 97 miles.
You know what? He's sitting up there and said, everybody talks about how steep those seats are. There's not very steep up here.
They used to be, not as steep. Although he is not up at the top either.
They are steep, though. Well, he got Valencia at first. He got the outfield playing Billy Butler to right field. And he's texting a friend saying, come on, there's plenty of seats available for the extra innings here at U.S. Cellular Field.
Butler got one to hit. Fouled it right at home plate. Joe West picks it up. So 2-1 the count. Butler is 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts, and he hit into a double play. Just missed. Boy, Jones throwing hard, 97 miles an hour. Jones, one of those guys, you watch him pitch and you wonder how anybody gets a hit off him.
Yeah. Well, Butler swung at a pitch in the dirt that wasn't close to being a strike, but you're right. It comes in looking like it's a strike and then all of a sudden disappears.
Full count. Valencia runs and the pitch is way outside, and Butler has a walk.
Try to get him to chase again, Cap, and he wouldn't do it, fortunately. Robin Ventura looks like he's going to make a change. Will he bring a lefty in to face Josh Reddick? Let Reddick get another hit off a lefty.
So we do have a pitching change. And Zach Duke is coming in. So we will have lefty on lefty. A's have to go ahead and run at second base. Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Full highlights, and there's been a lot of them from this A's White Sox game. Also highlights and reaction from the 49ers and the Vikings game going on at Levi Stadium, and the latest on Derek Carr's hand injury. Ahmed Freed and Henry Wolford will host. Quite a ball game here in Chicago. 7-7. Top of the 10th, and Zach Duke comes in. He's been a workhorse. 65th appearance.
Another one of those that you mentioned, signed the offseason to bolster the bullpen of the White Sox.
They got a 3-year, $15 million deal.
Huge shift to the right side. Ramirez behind second base. Kind of how many times have we seen it with the whole left side of the infield open and pitch him outside, let him go that direction.
0-1 pitch is hit on the ground, knocked down, picked up. Johnson throws to first, and they got him. Heck of a play by Micah Johnson. Josh Reddick's upset about something, not quite sure what it is.
First pitch to strike.
The first pitch called, but the A's do not score.
Premium, watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widgets, and more. Visit MLB.tv today. I think when 50% of the people leave, they turn up the volume 150%.
What's that?
Man, was it loud.
It's the bottom of the 10th. Trying to get the home crowd fired up. Drew Pomeranz comes in. He is pitcher number 6 for the A's. And all the relievers have done a very good job. In fact, Sonny Gray left in the 4th inning, and the bullpen has not allowed a run. And boy, if the A's were to win this game, a group of MVPs. So Adam Eaton, the leadoff hitter. Ramirez to follow, and then Abreu here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Eaton goes down, and he's going to take his base.
I guess it hit it. So West said he got first base, and
so the first pitch Pomeranz throws, it hits Eaton. Where did it hit? I think it may have
grazed his helmet.
Grazed his helmet, maybe the brim of his helmet.
Yeah,
wow, that's scary.
That is very scary. Pomeranz looked like he slipped when he threw it. Also remember when Pomeranz pitched in Arizona.
Yeah, there was a click there.
Yeah.
So Eaton is a fast runner. The pitch to Ramirez. low. Eaton has 14 steals on the year. So 1-0 to Ramirez. White Sox could put something on here. Behind third, Valencia hustling back, and Valencia makes the catch. So foul pop. His third baseman grabs it. So 1 out, and here comes the big fellow, Jose Abreu. On deck is Melky Cabrera. Cabrera switch hitter. So 3 hits, 4 RBIs, and a home run for Abreu tonight. Be careful here. Pitch up and away. Well, if you're wondering, left the game, shut the TV off in the 6th or 7th inning. He scored 4 in the top of the 9th to tie this game up. It was a crazy inning. He's only got a couple of hits.
You know, look at that inning also. Robertson struck out 3.
He did strike out 3.
He had a line drive off the bat of Simeon for the 4th out. Actually, one of the strikeouts was a wild pitch, so that's why he's able to strike out 3 and had the line drive out. But a crazy top of the 9th. But bottom line, the A's scored 4. Came close to winning it, except Simeon's hard line drive went right to Eaton. Trying to get to the 11th inning and have to get through this man plus Cabrera unless Abreu hits the ball on the ground for a double play.
That one driven to right field toward the line. Reddick on the move. Reddick will get there, and he makes the catch. 2 outs.
It's amazing how hard that or far that ball carried, considering it looked like it jammed him. So you could say every time big man makes contact, there's got a chance, and got in just enough on him, but still sounded like it was barely going to get out to the outfield, and here it was to the warning track.
So 2 outs, and here is Melky Cabrera. 2 for 5. Maybe not a terrible time to think about stealing a bag.
To be honest, I'm surprised he didn't try earlier and do it with 2 outs. Good time. Cabrera, more of a spray hitter, line drive, use the whole field time hitter.
You got to remember too, nothing against the young man, but you got a rookie catcher.
Yep. And got nothing to lose, everything to gain. But so far they've not run, and credit to Pomeranz for using a nice slide step, getting rid of the ball quickly.
And looks like it just doesn't look like he's going to go. He does not have a real big lead. Maybe he's not comfortable with the Pomeranz move. 1-1 to Cabrera.
Now you're right about Carson Blair. The A's have not seen another team really test him. He started a couple of games, but again, credit the pitchers when they have pretty good moves, holding the runners close. Pomeranz has done that in this inning.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. This is Cabrera's first at bat tonight, right-handed. Double and a single.
Got a quick look to first base, and then a good curveball out of the strike zone.
Not going, and a check swing, foul right back to the screen. Going through the sides. Outfield playing deep in center and in right. And Cabrera again fouls one, second level. Gordon Beckham has come out into the on-deck circle. That's that DH spot. Runners going that time, and kind of a half swing by Cabrera fouls it into the seats.
And he went on first move, which pretty much what you have to do. Left-handed pitcher, you go first move and take a chance that way.
Somebody got hit by a foul ball. First aid staff down there immediately. So it looks like she's okay. Young lady sitting up. So there's a little stop in the action. Everybody a little bit concerned.
Fans were chanting, "Give her the ball, give her the ball," and the cheer now.
It looks like she's okay. Let's hope so. So the count is 1-2. Eaton ran the last pitch. See if he goes this time. Base hit right field. Eaton's going to round second. He's going to hustle to third, and he'll make it with a head first slide. First and third, 2 outs. Looking at a bat for Melky Cabrera as he battled Pomeranz, fouled off a bunch of pitches, and then got a base hit the other way.
Stayed inside, and they went to the opposite field. Brett Lord playing him close to second base, opening up a lot of the right side of the infield. And as he took a step to the right, the ball went to his left. Bob Melvin discussing strategy more than anything. And God, you mentioned with Gordon Beckham coming up, Eaton is going to get to third easily with his speed. The question is now, if the runner at first, Cabrera, were to run, wouldn't throw through. There's no reason to throw through. And vacates first base. Got Shuck, the scheduled hitter, behind him. It looks like somebody's coming out of the battery on deck circle that is not B.J. Shuck, another right-hander.
First pitch to Beckham is up and away. So right-handed hitter, is who has come out into that on-deck circle. Saladino. 1-0 to Beckham. Swing and a miss. Cabrera goes to second.
I think that does. They were going to play their position, hold their positions, let Cabrera get to second, take away a possibility of a force play and difference on the runner going to second base. And now we're going to talk about with the runner at second, the signs they're going to use.
information up on the back wall of the dugout. So Saladino is the on-deck hitter. Beckham takes a stride outside corner. 1-2.
Blair had set up inside, and the pitch towards the middle. And again, we have talked about him and how he does much better finishing the fastball inside part of the plate. And that at least was his initial target.
1-2 pitch, fastball, foul back. Pomeranz just trying to get it to the 11th.
And if he could elevate a fastball now, get it chest high, at least take a chance with a 1-2 count. But you're always thinking about trying to keep fastball down in the strike zone. Elevate one, take a chance.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He chased a fastball out of the strike zone, and Pomeranz strands a pair. So 11th inning coming up from Chicago. We are tied 7-7. U.S. Cellular Field. It started with a crowd of 12,000. That picture will pretty much tell you that there's not a whole lot of people left. But we're here and we're having a good time. 7-7 A's White Sox. Zach Day will go back out there. Remember, he got Reddick, a couple of runners on to end the 10th inning. Zach Duke, excuse me.
If Duke is out there long enough, it could be Day.
Maybe I was thinking about Day. First pitch to Carson Blair, rolls it foul. First at bat for Blair tonight. Coco Crisp hit for Fegley. That was in the 9th inning. Coco got a big walk. So then Blair came in the game. First major league hit yesterday, and this is what happened.
I don't really think he wanted to hurry around the bases. He wanted to take his time, considering his first major league hit, his first major league home run, all in one swing.
Don't know what Joe West is doing right now.
You say, did you hear that? What?
Bob just said, what did he say? That's not a swing.
That's not a swing. That's right. And maybe that's why somebody from the A's dugout. Yeah, so that's 3 tonight that Joe West has called.
Well, that may be the worst one of them all.
Yeah. I guess Joe's not a proponent of referring to
I think he likes to let everybody know he's in charge. We've known that about Joe for about 20 years now. Quick pitch by Duke. Haven't seen that from Duke. And now the count full to Blair. Smolinski to follow, and then Fold here in the top of the 11th. And the 3-2 pitch is low, and Blair has a leadoff walk.
One thing that's been impressive about Carson Blair, his first at bat in the big leagues, as Don Cooper's going to visit with his left-hander. Carson Blair walked on a 3-2 slider in that game on the 6th Sunday game in which Stephen Vogt had to come out of the game. This thing about Robin Ventura, his first major league at bat, he walked, which is pretty impressive. As the manager of the White Sox, went on to have a great career. The only player I've ever seen where he had a walk-off grand slam single.
That's right.
For the Mets.
Ran past somebody.
No, I think that, and then it was the game winner, and they wouldn't let him walk. They just started charging, but he ran past the first. Who cares? Yeah, got to be single.
So leadoff man aboard. That's the go-ahead run. It's Carson Blair. Here's Smolinski. Rangers got that big win tonight, 5-3 over the Astros at home. So Texas now a half game behind Houston. That was the first of a 4-game series. So the Rangers are now a win away from first place. Well, that'd be something. And that is foul. So 0-1. But I will be the first to admit, I remember you and I talking at the beginning of the year after we saw the Rangers, and the A's had played well in the series and the Rangers did not. Remember, the Rangers were 7-14 in April, and I said they don't look very good.
They weren't then.
And they weren't then.
No.
It was a long season, and now the Rangers are playing great baseball. For the Astros, all that talk about that road trip that they're on. Well, they're now 2-5 on the 10-game trip. 3 more to play. To third. Second, on to first, not in time. So fielder's choice for Smolinski. So 1 out.
Did not particularly start that very quickly at third base, and looked like as hard as it was hit could have been, and it's an easy throw to second and back to first. Smolinski does run well and ran hard to avoid the double play. It looked like initially the ball hit that hard. Could have been 2. Good hustle by Smolinski to avoid that.
So Sam Full hits. Full does not see a whole lot of left-handers through the course of a season. See, Sam has, well, he's 4 for 44 against lefties.
His first home run against a lefty this year,
right.
Seattle. Right now, he came through with a big 2-run single and has a big hole between first and second again. And if Duke throws him something off speed, you might see Sam pull it in the hole again between first and second.
Slider and a good one first time.
See, if he didn't throw it at the hitter where he buckled his knees, he might have a chance.
It's Petrichka, Jeff Petrichka, or Jake Petrichka. Plenty of arms in each bullpen.
Plenty of seats at this USL stadium. They are quiet and very empty.
Blocked nicely. Mariners are leading the Angels 4-1 in the 6th inning up in Seattle. thinking about getting in the game. Two pitch to Fold, and fouls it toward the on-deck circle of the White Sox.
Emergency swing.
That would be the definition.
Yep.
Rob Brantley, the White Sox catcher. And a close pitch, now full count. Past the 11 o'clock mark here in Chicago. Closing in on a 4-hour ball game so far. But who's counting?
Our teacher.
Wait.
Staten Guy teacher.
There's a Brewers fan.
He thinks he's at Miller Park.
Yeah, he's still. I'm telling you right now, that guy was here for the Packers-Bears game yesterday, and he said, I'm going to stick around and grab a White Sox game, and that's my call right there. Except all the people that he came to the football game with had to work today. He did not. And he's still in Chicago trying to get out of town.
He blends perfectly into the seats here at this beautiful stadium.
Sam Fuld shoots one foul left field line.
While that fan is doing something with his phone, Sam Fuld is battling this left-hander. He's had a couple of emergency swings and remember, did not start the game. As Gentry did start, and 0 for 2, but Sam Fuld, his third at bat. Big 2-run single, trying to do something special here.
And that's a heck of an at bat. Yes. Zach Duke has walked 2 here in the 11th inning.
Robin Ventura has already gone to the bullpen.
So 7 walks by White Sox pitchers. So Petrichka's coming in to face Simeon. Petrichka is the new pitcher. A couple of saves this year. Overall 4-3 with a 4.08 ERA. Jake Petrichka. Petrichka last year saved 14 games for the White Sox. In fact, he had a pretty good year, ERA of 2.96, pitched in 67 games. A ground ball guy. And he's looking for one here. Simeon's looking for a base hit. Marcus tonight has lined out a couple of times, struck out, hit a fly ball to center, and walked. So 0 for 4. Good time for his first hit. Checks his swing. It's called a strike. Smolinski at second, full at first, so plenty of speed for the A's. Petrichka fastball, a lot of run into right-handed hitters.
At 94, which makes it a little bit difficult. First pitch off speed that caught the plate.
Johnson trying to hold Smolinski close at second base, and that one's hit hard, just foul down the third baseline.
See why he's a ground ball pitcher. He's do so many double plays and ground balls in general. The movement on the fastball, they've been elevated, which is not that great to get ground balls, although Marcus Semien hit on top of the ball. Maybe Oak can play off the line just enough as he is that a ball will sneak past him down in the corner. Because you stay inside with the sinkers, there's not much a right-handed hitter can do except hit it to the left side.
Johnson sneaks in, just trying to keep the go-ahead run close. Can't blame him for that.
Also means Sam Folk can get a huge lead off first base if there's a ground ball hit from this ground ball pitcher.
Where that pitch is again. Just running right in on Simeon.
You know what B.J. Shuck did going into second base to prevent the double play from being turned and made it a first and third. It could be similar here. Abreu and Brantley, the catcher, I don't think there's going to be a pickoff. And Sam is a very good base runner, very smart base runner. So it'll be his job to try to get to second as quickly as possible and maybe get to Johnson before he's able to turn anything that's hit the left side.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Don't have to worry about it.
So Simeon cannot get it done, and that's out number 2.
That was nasty.
Oof. Well, you see 5 pitches running right in on your hands, and then the slider comes.
Yeah. And one that went straight down.
So 13 strikeouts for White Sox pitchers in the game, and now it's up to Canna.
Brantley went out to tell the middle infielders where he's going to throw, and Trichka came off the mound and said, I want to talk to you. Said, okay, well, let me give the signs. He forgot about it. I don't know that he completed them. So if they do have a double steal, I don't think the infielders know where he's going to throw. The tall catcher, Brantley.
Canna's looking for his second hit. He got a base hit in the 10th inning. He swings and misses. But he is 1 for 4. He also walked in the 6th. He's had some clutch hits this year, and the A's need one right here. Petrichka makes a nice play. Underhands to first, side retired. So the A's strand a pair, and we're going to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 7. 1-2 against these White Sox. Aaron Brooks and Jeff Samardzija. Coverage begins at 4:30 with A's pregame live, and then complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. Hey, there's our hotel. That big tall building right there. So that'll be tomorrow. But still work to do tonight. Bottom of the 11th inning. We are tied 7-7. Drew Pomeranz had to work out of a jam in the 10th inning, and he did that through 19 pitches. And now he's back to work for the 11th. Facing Schuck, Olt, and Johnson. A couple of left-handed hitters. So for the A's, it's been Gray, Rodriguez, Otero, Venditti, Dull, Pomeranz.
And I'd like to see Doolittle come in with a lead and go home. Let him finish it out so Jeff can go home and get ready to teach.
Outside corner strike, and it's 0-2 to Schuck.
Remember the game in Arizona that Inciarte led off against Pomeranz, and he threw a couple, and then Inciarte got a little bit upset, and Chappelle had come out and quiet him down a little bit. The thing about lefty on lefty, Pomeranz throws so hard that, cross up, wow. That's twice we've seen a cross up with nobody at second base. And I don't know. Larry comes out from behind the plate. He must have been thinking something other than this pitch, because he's looking for a breaking ball. And
that's a bad feeling, I gotta believe.
Well, and you have to wonder. He doesn't go out and talk. And I think I'd talk about it, because it's very dangerous from yourself personally getting hit, but also in the case of 2 strikes, you get crossed up and the ball can go by you.
So 1-2 to Schuck.
Check off the curveball to go to the fastball again.
And it was high. Schuck pinch hit in the 9th inning and walked. And a high fastball, and he swings and misses. Strikeout number 14 for A's pitchers.
Again, a very difficult pitch for a left-hander or any hitter to catch up to the high fastball, and especially a lefty where it's close to being a strike, although it wasn't. Pomeranz has a great fastball, and probably, I mean, he's been starting, but he is outstanding coming out of the bullpen, especially with a good fastball.
Here's Olt. Slider drops low. Olt is 0 for 4. He's been on base a couple times with a walk, and he reached on a fielder's choice. A time when Olt was a very hot prospect with the Texas Rangers.
He was.
And he was traded to the Cubs. And he was claimed off waivers from the Cubs by these White Sox just a couple weeks ago. He actually made the Cubs roster. In fact, he was their starting third baseman because they were waiting on Chris Bryant.
Yeah, Bryant was still in the minor leagues when he started, and if you're right about when he was with Texas, he was an untouchable.
He was. They had numerous chances to trade him.
Said, we're not going to trade him, and they finally did, and really hasn't panned out to this point.
Now 3-1 to Olt. Remember, he had some eye surgery as well.
Yeah.
That was a big story. I'm hoping that would make a difference for him. 3-1 pitch, and he swung at ball 4. It was a fastball that movement away from a right-handed hitter, but I think it was ball 4.
He's trying to end it. Figured 3-1. He's going to get a pitch to hit, 3-1, and he decided to swing regardless.
3-2 pitch, and right in on the hands by Pomeranz. Pomeranz threw 19 pitches in the 10th inning. He's up to 31 for the game.
Just starting to get loose. 94 heater inside. And take a few pitches to get loose. Just stay with the number 1, especially inside. And up a little bit.
And he threw it right by him. 94 miles an hour. Back-to-back strikeouts for Pomeranz here in the bottom of the 11th.
Remember at Arizona, can I still bring it up? And Pomeranz pick up the save on that Friday night. Great fastball inside. Still remember, we will not forget, 3 strikeouts, 11 pitches, 11 fastballs, no chance. And that is great note there, guys. The reliever, 7 2/3, no runs, 4 hits. And the ace of the staff, Sonny Gray, 3+, his shortest outing, 7 runs.
Micah Johnson, who's got no home runs and 3 RBIs, just swung like Reggie Jackson. That was a Reggie Jackson swing.
That's right.
Fastball away, 93 miles an hour. Three walks tonight for Micah Johnson, and a run scored back in the 4th inning. Good pitch right on the outside corner. Right, seems to have a good feel for that fastball.
Yes,
tonight.
he does. Well, just a few curveballs. Actually started a couple of hitters off of the curveball just to kind of show them, but fastball has been his go-to pitch.
Tapped foul, another fastball at 94 miles an hour.
Took that one out of Carson Blair's catcher's mitt. Much by him. Just late emergency swing. Blair went to catch it. That ball actually was behind it.
Pomeranz trying to finish him off. Almost did. A slider.
About you get the light crowd and experience this many years. The old mistake by the Lake in Cleveland.
This is Municipal Stadium.
Yeah, when you get this few people, you hear everything they say. And most of it's not good. As we're starting to hear a little bit of that from the White Sox faithful.
One-two, slap foul again, just above the White Sox dugout. Yeah, the crowd sort of looks like that. You know, when they play a high school baseball game after a big league game in a big league park. And it really is friends and family.
And they all congregate behind both dugouts.
This one into the upper deck, so somebody's going to have plenty of time to get that foul ball.
But our camera crew's doing a great job.
They're awesome. Scott Podsednik's in the house.
That's right.
That's a good sign.
Hey, 2005. Checking what time the last train takes out.
Simeon charges, gets a good hop, throws quickly in time, and Pomeranz has a 3-up, 3-down inning. To the 12th, we're still tied 7-7.
Joe Stiglitz provides wire-to-wire reporting of the A's 2015 season with the breaking news, videos, special features, and much, much more. Only on CSNCalifornia.com. Big Joe's waiting right now along with the crew back in the studio saying, get that thing over. They're figuring 2-hour time change. It's going to be an easy night.
We're doing the best we can.
Here we are at 11:20 local time, so hang in there, guys.
Night's young yet. So 12th inning. Petrichka stays out there, and it'll be Laurie, Valencia, and Butler.
Kipe, during this half inning, another 50% of the 50% that were left.
Yeah, we're losing people.
Yeah, they're all, between work and school and get home and make lunches. So, yeah, you got to think about those things instead of watching a White Sox game, and they can go home saying, the White Sox had a 4-run lead in the 9th inning, and they brought in their closer, who had retired 26 consecutive batters.
Right. That's right.
And a bloop base hit or double to right field started it all. Had a catcher's interference, had a pass ball, 2-run single with 2 outs, bases loaded walk. All the good things helped the A's score 4 runs.
2-1 the count to Laurie, who has homered, and he has doubled. He has scored twice. 2-1 pitch is bounced foul. Washington hanging in there, having a good time. Has also struck out a couple times, and he bounces this one. Takes a big hop for Johnson, who fires to first, and they just got it. That ball came up for Johnson, and may not seem like a big deal, Ray, but I think it allows you to get your throw off quicker when the ball bounces up like that.
And he had to get rid of it quickly, make it a 360, and that's how quickly Brett Laurie got down the line. And that's kind of a routine ball to the right side, yet it made it that close. First base umpire better get out of the way, because coming down the line quickly is the big man running through the line.
So here's Valencia. Mariners still leading the Angels 4-1, bottom of the 7th in Seattle. Angels. Be careful.
Yeah.
They are currently, with that Rangers win, 3.5 games back in the wild card. Bounced in the hole. Ramirez fires his throw. 1 hop right to Abreu. 2 outs. So a couple of ground ball outs by Petrichka. That's his thing. Ramirez always had a good arm.
Yeah. Quick release.
Let's go White Sox! Let's go White Sox! Let's go White Sox! Let's go White Sox!
So 2 away for Butler. Good fastball, 95 miles an hour with quite a bit of movement. Butler gets jammed, hits it to the right side. Abreu handles it. So that's a 3-up, 3-down inning with 3 ground ball outs for Petrichka. Bottom of the 12th coming up. Brantley, Eaton, and Ramirez stick in. still whipping around here at the ballpark. So Abad comes in, appearance number 56. He's 2-2, an ERA of 4.04. So he's going to face Rob Brantley, Adam Eaton, and Alexi Ramirez. Although it looks like Brantley's going to get pinch hit for him. So Abad yet to finish his warm-up tosses.
Soto, the other catcher, has been on the bench the whole time. Is that who's bench hitting, Jeff? Nope.
So it's going to be Saladino who's going to pinch hit.
Well, the A's bullpen continues to do a great job, at least to this point, with a lot of strikeouts, few hits, no runs. Trying to keep it going into the 12th and see if the A's can hit the 13th. And
so here's Tyler Saladino pinch hitting the catcher Brantley. So Saladino steps in against Abad. Eaton to follow. And then Alexi Ramirez here in the bottom of the 12th. First pitch swinging. Roll to Laurie. Laurie grabs it. Throws to first. One pitch, one out. And now to the top of the order, and Adam Eaton. Andrew Pomeranz. 2 innings, just 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Abad, the 7th pitcher of the night for the Athletics. Eaton shows bunt, a slider is away. Eaton has been on base a couple of times. A single, and he was hit by a pitch. And that one missed somewhere. Eaton has also struck out 3 times. The White Sox have stranded 13
last pitch was
through 11 innings.
Last pitch was a strike.
Not sure what's a strike right now. A's have stranded 7. These only have 6 hits in the game. And Jennings, left-hander, starting to throw for the White Sox.
Best thing the A's could do is see Jennings and then Leon in the A's bullpen. Casey Chavez still sitting. I wonder who's. Oh, Pegley must have gone to the bullpen.
Did he?
I think Stephen Vo's down there. Stephen's cheerleader.
It's Marcus.
Where's Marcus? I guess Casey's tired. Casey's warmed up everybody else.
It's September, man. I'm tired. Diving play, Simeon. He'll throw, but not nearly in time. So Eaton, an infield hit.
It's almost like Billy Burns when he runs and hits the ball to the side of one of the infielders, and Eaton speed out of the box just slaps and runs, and at that point, nice diving stop. But anybody else except Eaton maybe have a chance, but good effort by Simeon, who really didn't have a very good grip. You could see when he threw the ball, it turned out to be good, that the ball bounced in front of Canna. I don't think he ever had a good grip.
Well, Kurt Young comes out. Ramirez is the hitter, and Abreu in the on-deck circle.
Kurt's going to tell him, get a double play right here. That way you don't have to face the other guy. Let Doolittle face him on the 13th after the A's score.
Ramirez tonight has singled. He's walked a couple of times. He's got an RBI. He's got a run score. So 1 for 4 with the 2 walks. So his 7th at bat. Ramirez take a peek down at Valencia at third. Valencia comes in. And the first pitch outside. Valencia in on the cut of the grass.
That's a good point about a hitter doing that. If nothing else, he draws him in, giving the idea that he might be bunting. And, of course, that helps the hitter with infielder playing even with the bag at third.
Off-speed pitch stays high. So 2-0 the count. Eaton a fast runner. Ramirez was trying to end it with a big swing. So 2-1 the count now. Outfield straight away. All the defense straight away. So a ground out and a single so far here in the 12th inning. Lots of strikeouts tonight. 28 total. Eaton runs and the ball is hit toward right. That's a hit. And Eaton's going to go to third and he'll make it standing up. So a hit and run perfectly executed. Ramirez dropped it into right field and now the winning run is at third with 1 out.
You might as well walk this big boy. Might as well walk him. Second base is open. See if they do that, because his run doesn't mean anything. There's a good hit and run. Eaton was running, went on first move by Abad, and with Laurie covering, that was an easy first and third.
So we'll see if the A's indeed do walk Jose Abreu.
Another thing about Abreu, he's a power hitter and he's a big swinger. And of course, Cabrera is more of a use the whole field. But they are going to put him on. Second base is open, and that's where they're going to put him and load the bases. Everybody come in and hope for something very, very good against Cabrera. So this is a smart move.
So for the A's, it'll be the 9th walk of the night. But this one, a little bit different than the other ones. So it's going to be Melky Cabrera who's going to try to win it for the White Sox. So there's the intentional walk.
Elbow in front of the plate, indicating that's where they're going to go. Try to get the force out at the plate.
So here's Cabrera. First pitch is bounced to Semien. Simeon's coming home. They get the out there, and that's the second out. So Cabrera goes after the first pitch and grounds it right to Semien. So the A's get the second out.
Well, I thought Blair would throw to first base because the ball was hit pretty sharply, and Semien made the good throw. Cabrera a little slow getting out of the batter's box. And Semien to home, and Blair came out but did not throw. And that would have been a nice 6-2-3 double play to get out of the inning. Now they have to do it again with the bases loaded.
So the hitter is Beckham. And Beckham fouls it right side. So Ramirez now the runner at third. He's the winning run. Beckham was a pinch hitter in the 10th inning, struck out. A chance to win the game there. And now it's 0-2.
Those pitches outside are away from Beckham, and keeps trying to pull them and fouling them back. I think the A's caught a break with Cabrera. Number one, that he grounded to short, but number two, the outfield was playing very deep.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to throw anybody out from where they were playing. So it worked out. Cabrera going after the first pitch. That was Ramirez coming down the line.
Yeah, that fastball way high. So 1-2 to Beckham. So Abad walking the tightrope here, but a chance to get out of it. Missed outside, 2-2. Well, you don't want to go to 3-2.
No, because you're already at the point where you're going to throw a fastball, and he is 3-2. You guarantee it. 2-2, pretty assured that that's going to happen.
Two change up. Beckham swings and misses, and the White Sox leave him loaded. So we go to the 13th. Abad gets a big out on Cabrera, and then a big strikeout of Beckham. 7-7 after 12. White Sox are all knotted up at 7-7. A's scored 4 times in the top of the 9th inning. The White Sox thought they had this thing wrapped up. Kind of a wacky top of the 9th, and it has stayed that way now as we go to the top of the 13th inning. So the White Sox go back to their bullpen. They bring in
Good
lefty Dan Jennings.
Get Petrushka out of there. He's not going to give up anything.
So Jennings, 1-3, 4.37 ERA. 7th pitcher for the White Sox. Danks, Albers, Robertson, Jones, Duke, Petrushka, Jennings. That sound right?
That's it.
So Reddick leading it off. pitch. Driven to center, but right at Eaton. So Reddick goes after the first pitch. He's retired.
How about the 2-2 changeups to Beckham from Abad?
Floater.
Whew. He's up there geared for about the 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and he pulled the string on him.
So here's Carson Blair.
Fernando Abad in some trouble and got out of it. Tyler Ladendorf looks like he's getting his legs ready to run or do something. Somebody gets on. Still some bodies left in the bullpen on the benches. Not so many in the stands anymore, but
we're here.
Yes, we are.
Zach Putnam starts to throw, another right-hander. Right now, Jennings facing Carson Blair. Tries to hold up. Joe West says you went around. That's Joe's specialty tonight.
I think Joe West has set a record tonight for the most called strikes on check swings from a home plate umpire. Guess on a fastball, got a breaking ball. And
that may have been a swing.
Yeah, Joe's been pretty good for at least half of them.
Hard slider by Jennings. Jennings with the Florida Marlins.
Yep.
Last year. Now the Miami Marlins. Good slider, and Blair strikes out. That's a nasty pitch there.
It was a good slider down and in, and the old back foot slider.
So 14 strikeouts for White Sox pitchers tonight. It's hard at this point in the game, Ray, for a hitter not to think about winning it with one swing at the
Exactly.
bat. And I think sometimes you get a lot of strikeouts in extra innings for that simple reason.
I think you're exactly right, and unfortunately you see it a little bit too often.
1-0 to Smolinski, who has homered. That was back in the third inning. Since then, a fly out to right, a ground out to short, a strikeout, and he reached on a fielder's choice. So 1 for 5. Some hardy souls left in the ballpark.
Are you talking about the loud, hearty souls? The ones you can hear?
A few that are yelling.
Seems like every time the White Sox don't score in the bottom half of the inning, it goes to the other people who are remaining. A few more just leave.
Yep.
Some stand forever.
.30 slider. It's a strike.
Guess he felt more comfortable, or maybe he thought like you that Smolinski's going to be going for the downs. 3-0. Green light.
And now 3-2. You can see the gentleman right behind home plate who has now become the umpire.
Yeah.
Take him out. Let's go.
Well, Doolittle doesn't wear himself out in the bullpen.
Been up a couple times. 3-2 pitch. Hit foul. Got in on the hands of Smolinski.
Do it again.
And if a slider is thrown 3-0, 3-1, you can rest assured it's going to be thrown 3-2, which it was.
Payoff pitch. And a miss. He struck him out. So Jennings comes back from a 3-0 count to strike out Smolinski, and we're going to the bottom of the 13th. We're all tied up at 7.
Plans are on sale right now. Get on board early with 2016 priority seating and choose your exact seating location for next season. They're ready for it. A's offer a variety of full and partial season plans that qualify for great benefits, including half-price parking, flexible ticket exchange program, and more. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/2016 for those tickets.
Well, the fans are trying. Bottom of the 13th from U.S. Cellular Field. Shuck to lead it off, followed by Olt and then Johnson. 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Swing and a miss. So A's pitchers have 16 strikeouts. White Sox pitchers have 15 strikeouts. And we are at 4 hours and 41 minutes. To Shuck. Shuck chops it to Abad, who grabs it and flips to first.
Cap, you know, this game is reminiscent of the game that Sonny Gray pitched last year in Miami when he had the 10 days in between starts. Ended up going about 14 innings. And of course, he started tonight his shortest outing of his career. And here we are in the 13th. Continue to go with a no decision, as was the case then. Big Nate Fryman flew straight in from Sacramento.
Nate.
Yeah. Got a couple of Starbucks. They called Chili Davis 6:30 in the morning. Said, Chili, can I get some extra? Get some extra hitting.
Holt takes a changeup outside. Holt is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. A's with 6 hits. The White Sox with 14. Another changeup stays outside. 2-0.
Mike Oates struck out on a fastball inside. Pomerantz got him last at bat. Now he can gear up a little bit more with the 2-0 because after back-to-back changeups, I'd say he's going to get a heater.
Oh, changeup on the outside corner.
That's amazing. 3 in a row. Same one he struck out Beckham and pulled the string. This one more towards the middle of the plate. Might as well 2-0. Hitter had to be looking fastball on that pitch.
Had a good swing there. Fouls it just to our right.
But a little bit different than the 2-0 and the 2-1 after 3 consecutive changeups. The 2-1 fastball, a little bit tardy.
Setting up outside, and it's off the plate. So a full count to Olt. Micah Johnson, left-handed hitter, waits in the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and Olt has struck out 4 times tonight.
So much for the changeups. A little bit extra from Fernando Abad, and the good thing about that, he finished the pitch towards the middle of the plate, and with the changeup to Beckham outside corner struck him out, and then a good fastball to Olt. So after bases loaded last inning, striking out Beckham with the bases loaded. First 2 outs here.
Micah Johnson shows bunt, and it's a slider, and it's in there for a strike. Micah Johnson is 0 for 3 with 3 walks. Missed outside, 1-1 the count. So the A's bullpen shut out baseball from 6 different relievers. The last White Sox run was in the 4th inning.
Yep.
So according to the scoreboard, we could go up to 18 innings tonight. If that helps out the situation.
Hey, you could actually go more than that because they keep running those back.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they just
looking for the end game.
I know, they just extended it from first 9, second 9.
Yeah. Count stays 2-2 to Micah Johnson.
Getting out of score sheets numbers.
Yep, getting there.
Yeah. So the umpires behind home plate only umpire when the A's are hitting, right?
Yes. Either that or they're just wore out. Abad with 36 pitches thrown. So he's getting a good workout in tonight. Another 2-2. Here it is, and it's outside, full count.
Dangerous pitch. I'm glad it was outside. That's a changeup that is a pitch that he promised he'd never throw it to a lefty, but does it this time, and it is outside, and dangerous in a sense that lefties, if it's too much in the middle of the plate, comes a good pitch to hit.
And that slider was up. Johnson had a pretty good look at it and a pretty good swing.
Giovanni Soto came in to catch the top of the 13th, is on deck.
Fouled straight back. There's the Reggie Jackson swing again from Micah Johnson. That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was a good swing.
Just added 2 to his 7. Make it a 9.
Watch this.
Hey, down to one knee. That's Reginald Martinez Jackson. A little point of the bat. Jim Thome style.
Line down the left field line, foul.
I have no idea, Kate.
Just a jolt of music here in the bottom of the 13th. So a full count here. Good battle between Abad and Micah Johnson. Or he charges. Going to have to hurry. He does, and that's a good inning. 3 up, 3 down for Fernando Abad. We are closing in on midnight in Chicago. 14th inning coming up. A's 7, White Sox 7. It's now 12:01 here in Chicago. And still, we do not have a winner for you. 7-7 A's White Sox.
I know there are times that we're on the West Coast and say, it's the last game being played, but that's on the West Coast. We don't say it too often.
That far from being the last game played.
We don't say it that often when we're in the Midwest in Chicago.
So Sam Fuld to lead it off. Jennings, the left-hander, stays out there. He had a 3 up, 3 down 13th inning with a couple of strikeouts. So Fuld, Simeon, and Kenna.
They threw all the sliders to Smolinski, 5 as a matter of fact, before he struck him out with a fastball to end the 13th.
Fastball first strike. Sam Fuld came in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter. He had a big 2-run single in that 9th inning. And that one on the outside corner, first strike, 1-2.
Slider.
And he got Sam Fuld swinging. So Jennings, his 3rd strikeout.
And he went to the slider hard. Sam Fuld could not hold up. Pitch out of the strike zone. Got it.
So now to the top of the order, and Marcus Simeon, who hits for the 7th time. He is 0 for 6 with a walk. 0 for 5. Did I say 0 for 6? I meant 0 for 5.
I know what you meant. 0 for.
He needs a hit.
He needs a hit, exactly. Not from an 0 for.
Joe West hanging in there. Give him some credit.
Yes, he is. That's right.
Done a pretty good job tonight.
He may call in for reinforcements tomorrow. Might take a vacation day.
I can't hardly blame him.
Yeah.
Take him down. Take him down.
I mean, after all, yesterday is today.
It is. 1-2 pitch is blocked. Giovanni Soto, former Athletic. Not Zach Putnam. He was up last inning. Swing there by Simeon on the fastball.
Going back to the slider, it's been his favorite pitch.
Hit hard, but right to second. Simeon hit that one pretty well. But his hitless night continues. So 2 outs here in the 14th inning, and Marcana. See if Marcana can get a hold of one. Marcana has a single and a walk tonight. He's 1 for 5. Slider for a strike. Jennings has the good slider tonight. Rally caps are out for the A's fans.
What happens and get extra inning games that start one day and go into the next day, and people who stick around just want to say they were there.
Well, yeah.
No matter how long it lasts, they were there. Sure.
It almost gets personal where you're like, well, I can't leave. I have to stay.
Exactly.
And they are hanging tough.
See, it's only 10-10 where they came from.
So 3-1 now. Canna in a hitter's count. It'd be interesting to see if Jennings throws a 3-1 slider.
Well, it would really be interesting to see if Mark Canna can do something he's only done twice of 15, and that's hit a home run against a lefty. 13 of 15 against righties. Spoilers.
And this one's popped up. Soto flips the mask, coming over. He's got room, and he makes the catch. So good job again by Dan Jennings. He's retired all 6 that he has faced. Bottom of the 14th coming up. Hawk Harrelson entertaining the fans as they played the second edition of the 7th inning stretch. He's a fan favorite. What a job by the A's bullpen.
Fernando Rodriguez with a strikeout. Dan Otero, how about a strikeout with a great sinker down and in. And then Pat Venditti from the left side. Strikeout on the fastball. Couldn't believe it. Dole, this is a big one. Big strikeout there. Drew Pomeranz got even better as he went hard fastball to get the big out. And this one, how about this? Cambio, the changeup from Fernando Abad with the bases loaded. So all the relievers have done a great job. And they're going to turn it over to another one. 10 inning of shutout baseball. 6 hits by the A's relievers tonight. And that has been outstanding. And, of course, a bullpen game, as we know. Arnold Leon will take over in the 14th.
So he's the 7th relief pitcher used by Bob Melvin in this game. And he'll face Soto. Soto's first at bat tonight. And a fastball is a little bit outside.
You caught it, Joe. It looks like a pretty good pitch.
So bottom of the 14th. 14 hits for the White Sox, 6 for the A's, 1 error in the game. We have hit the 5-hour mark. So 2-0 to Soto. Arnold Leon. And Soto. Broken bat, and I don't know that Laurie saw it.
Didn't see it. Did not see it.
Because it just seemed like he hesitated, and the ball really was not hit very hard. And I think he would have had a chance to make the play if he saw it.
You know, he pointed back in after. He didn't see it. Didn't see it. Didn't see it off the bat. That's what he's saying. It was a broken bat, and see how late he broke and then went after it. But sometimes that does happen, usually on a sunny afternoon game with the white shirts or light shirts in the background. But I don't know that happened here, but he just did not see it off the bat, and turns out to be a base hit.
So Soto aboard. Here's Eaton. Valencia in. Eaton bunts toward Valencia, who picks it up. He's going to throw to first, and they get Eaton. So sacrifice. And the winning run now at second base. It'll be Alexi Ramirez. Keep in mind the runner is Soto. He does not run well. But the White Sox cannot pinch hit. They're out of catchers.
Yeah,
but he's not very fast. Although he's working on it. So Ramirez steps up. Ramirez has got a couple of singles and a couple of walks, so he's had a good ball game. Knocked in a run and scored a run.
And he is aggressive. He is free swinger, and all those things combined make him a dangerous hitter.
Leon kicks in the first pitch. Just a little bit outside. Ramirez checked his swing.
Joe's had some questionable looks at pitches that seem like they're strikes but not called.
Blair sets up inside to Ramirez. And it's right down the middle. Ramirez took it. Ramirez very aggressive.
They got a similar situation that occurred a couple of innings ago. And that is with the big man Abreu, who's intentionally walked in the 12th. With runners at first and third, loaded the bases and got out of it. Bod did with a ground out and a strikeout. If it gets to that, Abreu's in the on deck circle, and right now first base is open.
It is Tuesday.
Probables for Tuesday. Isn't that amazing?
2-1 pitch, way outside, and now 3-1.
But you know, if this runner reaches base, this runner or this hitter, Ramirez, that means you don't necessarily have to pitch to Abreu. Let's see if Bob Melvin would do it with third base open. Right now, the important batter is Lexi Ramirez, and not necessarily give in to him, even though that man is the on-deck circle. Abreu.
The 3-1 pitch is foul back.
From the slider.
Yep.
I think it's not a bad idea.
So 3-2. Soto is the runner at second base. So full count to Ramirez with the big fella Jose Abreu waiting in the on-deck circle.
I think Ramirez has a pretty good idea of what he's going to get. Had a hit and run base hit his last at bat, putting Eaton to third, first and third. That's when Abreu was walked with second base open.
3-2 pitch, a slider, he chased it.
And he had to know it was coming with all the shaking, and he wanted to do it himself. So I think Abreu knows what's going to happen to him as Ramirez went after a slider, wasn't even close. And when the pitcher shakes off, and I'm surprised, and maybe Blair went to the slider, but ended up throwing it to him after the 3-1 and 3-2 and got him. And again, the respect for Jose Abreu with another intentional walk. Why not? He's driven in 4 of the 7 runs the White Sox have scored tonight. 2-run home run and a 2-run single.
So it'll be up to Melky Cabrera, who had a chance to win the game in the 12th inning. Cabrera batted with the bases loaded and 1 out and grounded into a forced play.
He batted right-handed then and got jammed a little bit, hit the ball to shortstop. This time he will be hitting left-handed.
So Abreu takes the walk. And here comes Melky Cabrera. So Cabrera steps in. Double, single, fly out, double play, ground out, single, fielder's choice. 8th at bat tonight.
Marcus Semien is going to play him really as a pull hitter. Look where he is playing at shortstop. That's a very big gap on the left side. Big hole on the left side. And Cabrera, if you pitch him away, he will go that way. And that's the scary part in this at bat.
First pitch is a breaking ball. Drops down and in.
Did that to Sonny Gray back in the second inning. His first at bat after Sonny threw 6 pitches first inning. Took a first pitch ball, a little cutter, fastball, next pitch, a double to right center.
Yeah, he slashes the ball around. Swings at a high fastball and fouls it back. 1-1 the count to Cabrera. Gordon Beckham would be the next hitter. The crowd is on its feet, some of them. And Cabrera got one out over the plate, fouled it straight back. Off speed pitch.
And fortunately, that pitch was far enough off the plate that he fouled it back. And I think he's trying to shoot the ball in left field, Cap. I think just with that hole on the left side, and now Semien has gone more straight up on the outfield grass, which he can afford to do with 2 outs. Now, considering where he is now, he's about another 15 feet over more towards the normal shortstop position.
Curveball, line drive, base hit right field. They're going to wave Soto home. Here comes Reddick's throw, and it is late, and this ball game is over. So Melky Cabrera in the bottom of the 14th inning, a line drive base hit that scored Giovanni Soto. And the marathon ball game comes to an end, and another disappointing finish for the Athletics. Reddick made a good throw. It was a close play at the plate, but Soto off with the pitch, and he just beat the throw.
It was a breaking ball, went breaking ball, and Cabrera hit it, and Josh Reddick ended up making a strong throw and right to Carson Blair, see if it short hops, which it does, and he has his foot on the plate, and with a short hop he kind of went after it, and you almost have to at that point take a chance and stay on the plate, take the short hop, see if you make the tag, because once you come up, no chance to apply it. And there's the short hop, there's the tag with the slide beating.
So Melky Cabrera's 4th hit of the night is a game winner for the White Sox. It took 5 hours and 19 minutes, but worth it for the White Sox. So they win an 8-7 over the A's, and they do it in 14 innings tonight here at U.S. Cellular Field. You've been watching Oakland A's baseball on CSN California as part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's Postgame Live is coming up.